Rahubat Moisar, and welcome to another live reading. Our scroll for today will be the Master's Secret, the ones who lie and the ones who deceive. All right, scroll number 15. So it's a two-part scroll. This book that we are about to read, sent down for you, Nuwaupian Sabians. This book is The Truth and the Way. Panin misfa kawun, asawabu Paa Taraq, ze kawunana zulala he amtkun. Manemas batwu masaa, ama hadea mumuda ma'un. Manemus lafukun. Unataru Arjulaye nafashuku Afukshane kawunku Hasawabu Paa Taraq Hadeamu padama Nahun tawuantkum Lahe panenda malu shafe Nahun tawuantkum Lahe tem nasoinu Nahun tawuantkum Lahe ashakuma Antkumate muslafulu Nahun ate mukrarukum Nahun salub nasakuma Nahun salub nasakuma Ansanun kahenataru Ansanun muslafunu Nahun ater muspatu Anum atum atum amu Tawakum nataru wu-muntaru Tawatak muntaru Baabaa Yaanun in the personage of His Excellency, Malachi York, Crime, living and breathing, flesh and blood like us, an example of what we can be. All right, an example for us, from us. And tawakum to us, Moisar, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves in our one collective body. Tawakum for your part, and I appreciate each and every one of us and our part towards the collective. And tawakum to our Muslafu ancestors for supporting us thus far, because we're still here. All right. And a little bit about the author. Baabaa Yaanun, the master teacher, known to us as His Excellency, Baabaa Yaanun, the master teacher, known to us as His Excellency, Malachi York, Crime. Kobina means born on Tuesday, June 26, 1945 AD in Ghana, West Africa. All right, so those are Baaba's coordinates, as you see Baabaa taps in. The ones who lie and the ones who deceive. 1. Aye marir, shakasu layesh, faul, amtkum, kadub, wu nashush, anun salam. My beloved people, why do you lie and deceive our own race? 2. Pretending I, Baabaa Yaanun, the Master Yaanun, Rasula, sent forth to you to teach, or Sayun, protect our Takwam, nation, and Shabbat, tribe of people. 3, pretending you follow what I sent down to you, laid out for you. The Tankaz, salvation of our people. All right. Tankath means salvation of our people. 4, pretending to be devoted and loyal to me, and what have been revealed as Paa Taraq, the way, when you really only talub seek fortune and fame. 5, pretending to be a follower, a good mudras student, when in hakakat's actual fact, all you want is to be a leader with followers for your own sexual desires and lust for wealth. 6, you are pa muktabu, wu pa munshashu, the ones who lie and the ones who deceive. All right. So I'm going to stop right there. So I remember when I first came around, I started my relationship and connection to Baabaa through letters, and I was new. And I just remember like there was a lot of new things going on and new things, like everything was new for me. And it just seemed like all these people were so smart and so spiritual. And I remember like I would just talk to Bob about my experience or questions and things like that. And I remember sometimes I would look up to certain people around me. And I would just be like, oh wow, he's so smart, or she knows all this, but it was pretty much brothers at the time, but sometimes sisters. And one warning Baba gave to me is that just because someone studies and well read, first off, he said everybody that's smiling at you is not your friend. That's what he told me. And then he also said that anybody can sit and study with you. Anybody can sit and master by just, studying. That doesn't make them a good or a bad person. All right. That's why he said our information is actually neutral. And based on the information, you'll see not by what people know, but you'll see by what people do, because people are empowered to really embody their nature. All right. So a lot of people, and he always says, don't be fooled for the gods. All right. So, you have all types of people that's attracted. And Baba says, as he wakes up the gods in us, he's also waking up the devils amongst us too, And a lot of times sometimes in the same person, because many times I can attest even for myself, I've had to confront positive and negative things about myself. All right. And what did I do with that information? All right. That's why I always thank us for doing the very best to transform into the very best versions of yourself, because from my experience, that's not always easy, but it's rewarding. All right. So I just wanted to give my background. All right. And how those first few lines sparked me. All right. So 5, pretending to be a follower. All right. A good Mudras student, when in Hakakat's actual fact, all you want to be is a leader with followers of your own for your own sexual desires and lust and for wealth. All right. So notice a good student as far as they're good at studying. All right. But a lot of people have their own desires. That's why he's always warning people, you can't be me. All right. 6, you are pa mukdabu and pa munshashu, the ones who lie and the ones who deceive. 7, I never sent you forth to pretend to be myself or like myself. You could never be who or what I am, only pretend. 8, you pretenders who have wandered away from myself to set up and form your own followers, whom you lie to and deceive. 9, do not block my efforts and labors over the many years to save our people from religious takal, ignorance. 10. Do not excuse yourselves by claiming you know what I once had done, and none others say you really understand my plan for our people, nation, tribe, and Yasar family. 11. You are in deeds and actions the uneducated, uninformed, and the illiterate about all I, Nazula, incarnated on Taha earth to Lamud teach. All right. So notice he said, in deeds and actions, you are uneducated. All right. In words, many people sound amazing. All right. So we need to stop falling for each other's words. The brother can recite to you the holy tablets back and front, can point to any scroll. All right. That's great, but that doesn't say anything. What does the deeds and actions say? All right. That's what Bible was telling me in my notes when he wrote me a letter, because I was all new and naive and gullible. All right. So 12, I only began to teach what I came to teach from the year 2000 AD, and that is only wu-nuwaup, which does not include the Bible, the Quran, the holy tablets, which all expired with the year 2000 AD, 6000 AC, the beginning of the next 24,000 year cycle, the here on earth after the fall of the Adamite dominion of 6,000 years from 4000 BC. 12, furthermore, do not interpret what I teach with your own lies and deceptions, plain and clearly, you're gibberish. All right. I'm going to tell you, I've received that update. And why am I receiving a little part of it or another part of it? And then also, where's the date? So I noticed that when a specific person is over delivering updates and doctrine, there's no longer dates. For all the years, we've always had dates. June 2016, Baabaa said, oh, in this visit on this date, he said this. All right. I mean, I'm giving it as I'm not pointing out, but I'm just saying, I'm using it as an example. All right. So for example, do not interpret what I teach with your own lies and deceptions, plain and clearly, you're gibberish. All right. So notice when I have shared the update, I asked, does anybody have questions? Would you like to expound on something? All right. Because we could get more clarity if we ask more specific questions. Something may not be clear. We can go and pose it back to Baabaa rather than just relying on just interpretation or a very vague idea. All right. 14, thereby acting as unrepentant fools and hypocrites, as well as plagiarizing what I taught by adding your misinformation. Don't you realize that would clearly make you a black devil? 15, I, Baabaa Yaanun, the Master Yaanun, have conveyed wu-nuwaup to the Sadek Nawapu, true Nuwaupians, along with Nuwapui, which is Nuwaupic, articulating its actual facts, its words, its verses with sound right reasoning. Can you do that? Can you do that, or can you only repeat what Baabaa already broke down? All right. 16, can any before me in the West do that? None has, because none could do such Sayem Shagalat divine works besides the true Muntar Mona, reminder, renewer, the only true savior for this day and time, myself being Yaanun. 17, no mischief can result from its pages written by my own Yadad hand over the years 2003 AD up to this very day. 18, Some of the doubters will claim I did not write such doctrines, follow them in the expired old schools. Yet my beloved, devoted wife named Nababtat keeps the handwritten pages, thousands of them, to show and prove these are by my own hand while in prison, in an unlit cell, alone with no hope, only what was inspired to me. All right. So a lot of those letters, which I didn't necessarily get the doctrine letters, right? But a lot of the letters is handwritten from Baabaa. All right. So if he could write a letter, he can write a book, because many of those letters were turned into books. And there's been even times where Baabaa actually would write me something and said, can you give it to Nababtat? All right. So she can keep it compiled. All right. Because it's understandable. Baabaa says that it's good for you to ask, can I see the original? If you're not sure, you want to investigate. Baabaa didn't write them. Yeah, you know, I need to see with my own eyes. And you have his handwritten letter, which is turned in essentially into a book, all right, or a scroll. All right, so Baabaa's explaining how he wrote them. That's how he wrote them. All right, so I'll read that again. Some of the doubters will claim I did not write such doctrines, follow them in the expired old schools, yet my beloved devoted wife, Nababtat, keeps the handwritten pages, thousands of them, to show and prove these are by my own hand while imprisoned in an unlit cell, alone with no hope, only what was inspired to me. Let the doubters doubt, as well as the liars lie. They only deceive those who talub seek deception. All right. Because your genuinity, you know how many times I've been people try to intimidate me. Your genuineness and your integrity, do the right thing, even if it's not popular. Okay. Ask the questions. A lot of times we get intimidated, like we don't really understand something and we just go with it because it's the popular thing. But in actuality, you're deceiving yourself. All right. So listen to what he has said. Let the doubters doubt, as well as the liars lie. They only deceive those who talub seek deception. All right. If I'm seeking deception, how could that look like? I just want to be popular. I want a position. I want to be important. All right. So regardless of what, I'm going to just go with what's popular or whoever says. All right. So when you seek what's true, all right, nobody could really fool you, no matter what image they take, position they hold, because you ask questions. Same way that Baabaa allowed me to ask questions. I'm not going to stop doing that and asking anybody else questions. And you have the right to question me because I don't know everything. And if I know, I'll answer to the best of my ability. And if I don't know, you just helped me because now you have me thinking about something I didn't think to question. All right. And I don't know the answer. And then I'm like, let's find out together. All right. That's your protection, in actuality. Your integrity is your protection from deception. All right. So 20. In wu-nuwaup, I convey to the wu-nuwaupians illustrations of all sorts. 21. Perchance you will remember how I taught when I was with you in the outside world. What I proclaimed from the beginning, 1970 AD. I came giving you what you want until you can learn to what I really came to give. All right, I will open the holy tablets, but that will probably distort this. It would probably distort the screen where you see right in the beginning. It starts with the preface. I come giving you what you want until you can learn to want what I have to give. He's no longer saying that. All right. And the hereafter doctrine is just truth is truth. All right. So he's not giving people what they want. He's just giving you the truth now. All right. We're past that school. So now you have to, people are not ready for that. They still want what they want. All right. So in wu-nuwaup, I convey to the Nuwaup with illustrations of all sense, perchance you will remember how I taught when I was with you in the outside world, what I proclaimed from the beginning, 1970 AD. I came giving you what you want until you can learn what I really came to give. 22. So I send this message forth to the true in heart who have been led astray by the liars and deceivers, in hopes that through it, most of you will find your way back amongst us. 23. Know this actual fact. I, Paa Yaanun, the Master Yaanun, never sent forth anyone to represent myself, be they my blood relative, my friends, my students, with any doctrine that is anyway is not the exact same words you read from 2003 up to this day. All right. 24. Don't be deceived by liars. The black devils, many of whom I trusted, and they betrayed myself. 25. Some to hand me over to the white and red devils in exchange for fortune and fame. All right. So Baaba's letting you know this is not from some outside. It's always like those people over there. It's people right amongst that Baaba said, I trusted myself. All right. They deceived him himself, betrayed him himself. All right. And then they're still around talking about they're the successor to Baaba. Baaba retired. All right. They're the new one in charge. They're the new chief. All right. And where are they taking you? Nowhere. All right. So 26, what fools these black devils be. All right. So some to hand me over to the white and red devils in exchange for fortune and fame. 26, what fools these black devils be. Don't they see the power with me cannot be stopped while I lived? And once I passed this doctrine, wu-nuwaup is not made up in my own mind. All right. It's not made up by Baaba. He's letting us know. All right. 27. Is not that clear by what it predicts and comes true? 28. How could one physical man do the works I have done to date without help from Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials, Mukamayu aliens, who had and have you in mind, to wake the sleeping of you and prepare you for the changes to come here on Paa Taraq, the planet Earth, from 2000 to 2060 AD, as they did from 1970 to 2000, the 1/2 hour of the full hour, from 30 years to 60 years. All right. So you have the 1/2 hour we're measuring. So we have the Hereafter doctrine, starts in the Hereafter, the year 2000, at the Adamite rule. 1970s, we were still in the Adamite rule from 1970 to 2000. That's 30 years, the first 1/2 hour, which is giving you what you wanted. All right. And Baaba always said that he's a doctor to cure the spell. Sometimes you got to give people their own poison so that they could take the medicine. What did Mary Poppins say? A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. So you guys wanted a religion, but he would sprinkle us. When I say you guys, I mean us. We wanted religion. So he would sprinkle jewels within it. All right. So now he's explaining all that away. And it's like, listen, we're running out of time. The hour's almost over. So now from 2000 to 2030, that'll be another 30 years. All right. That's a whole hour. But then when we count from 2000 to 2060, that's a whole hour within the hereafter. So we have that hour to get things right within ourselves in the hereafter. So from 2000 to 2060, as they did from 1970 to 2000, the 1/2 hour to the full hour, from 30 years to 60 years. '29, when the evil forces want to mislead a race of people, a particular people, such as our own race, confused and misguided, they deviously get control of one of us who has much of their DNA and the mom blood by mixing. And he is brilliant, yet illiterate person from among our own Salau race, or claiming to be, and then bamboozled our unknowing with teachings that can't be confirmed or proven. All right. So think about it. People start hybridizing. All right. Or Arabianizing or mixing up, which is what happened to us along the perimeter of Africa. That brother who keeps trying to tell us we're not African. But you see that happens to the doctrine. It happens in our genetics. All right. So they take a little bit. They appeal to us, take a little truth, mix a little lie together. All right. And then they have their own thing going. And then they deceive many people. All right. Including themselves. And you see people doing that all the time without information. 30. This is no more than fictional teachings, and our race will follow them. All right. So it happens in our race, it happens with our teachings. You got all kinds of people study, they take little parts and they're like, I'm going to do it this way instead. All right. And then they get followers of their own. All right. Left hand, right hand doctrine. All right. Sabat means sabotage. All this is their own little thing. So they can have their, listen to me, I'm a true psychic. That's an example. All right. And that's one of the many, 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 definitely not unique examples. I'm giving a real example of a real person's verbiage and how they justify. All right. But when you see they're doing exactly what Baabaa said people do. All right. So this is more than fictional teachings, and our own race will follow them. 31. Such as the teachings of the Bible and the Quran of the white race and their offspring, Pa Hamir Salal, the red race, or Yarapu, Europeans, and Arabu, Arabs, and their minions, hybrid mulattoes or Negroes used as preachers, teachers, ministers to teach religions and doctrines that can't be confirmed. 32. Khadabat, lies, and tanshashat, deceptions of the ones who are liars and the ones who are deceivers. 33. Many believe their own lies taught to them by way of evil forces in human form. 34. Many of our Salau race have been deceived by the doctrine of the white race of Adamu, Adamites, from Noah to Abraham, to Ishmael, to Isaac, to Jacob and Esau, to Moses and Aaron, to David and Solomon, to Jesus and John the Baptist, to Muhammad and Abu Bakr. 35. The doctrine of Mesopotamia and the Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials. Aliens came down to earth and made the first Adamite named Adapa and his consort Eve named Titi. This has been uncovered as thousands of stone tablets of Sumeria were translated and exposes the true stories from where the Bible and Quran were plagiarized, changed, altered, and mistranslated by those Habaru Hebrews. All right. I put a little note, had to create a genetic gateway. All right. And that's why so many of us have a strong propensity that we can't let it go because we have a genetic agreements to stay exactly where it is and to recruit people back into that. It's since many of us very genes, because you could look at me clearly and you could see the Sumerians made their way into my bloodline too. You can look at me, you could tell. All right, I'm here in the West. All right. But Baabaa is bringing us back out. And you have some of us that our job is to bring us back there, just like what happened all over the slave ports and all over the world, and all of the Salems around the world. I mean, around the U.S., all the Salems. How Baabaa explained that they got into the bloodline and created these hybridized, or the tour guide that took me around is saying the same thing in different words. But he was explaining to me, my tour guide, and showing me all the beautiful places that these hybrid children were put. That was the result of these rapes, where they would take our natives, all right, our indigenous people, and then they would mix them with one of the colonizers, all right, and make the mixed child identify with that state, so that child would fight to keep that state alive, all right, because they would make the child directly benefit from that state, which is really to serve them, all right, and to keep their own people in check, so that when they would leave, and of course, some of these hybrid people, they would go back to their parents, they would tie back in and be pulled back in, because they don't necessarily all want to go against, but they would have a lot to give up, because in a way you're giving up a certain privilege or illusion, all right. And some of them fight for that. So you see that happens all over the planet, and it happens with the very information. And some people, they like to keep it the way that it is, all right. So the doctrine of Mesopotamia and the Muzyad Mutatelu extraterrestrials came down to earth and made the first Adamite named Adapa and his consort Eve named Titi. And this has been uncovered as thousands of stone tablets of Sumeria were translated and exposed. And the true stories from where the Bible and Quran were plagiarized, changed, altered, and mistranslated by those called Habaru Hebrews. All right. Imagine being kidnapped and you're taken away from your original state and you're put into a kidnapped state. And now you identify with the state that you're in and you don't want to go back home. That actually has happened. All right. They call that Stockholm syndrome. And I get it, because we get attachments. And I was watching a movie like that. And in the movie, this woman, she had been kidnapped for a long time, since she was like a teenager, and she ended up having a child with the kidnapper. But that child who she had with the kidnapper, that's all that he ever knew, because he was born in that state of kidnapping. So and they were like trapped in this little room, but that's all he ever knew. And then when they came back to get him, she was actually able to escape. It wasn't, you saw the psychological damage of being in that state for so long, especially being born in that state, where they had sentimental connection to actually be in that state, because it's really all they ever knew. And it was like she was actually mourning to leave and to go back. And then you could understand that. And if for some people, imagine that the little boy said, I ain't no African. I'm this, but it's like you're born into a state, and the child, may say, oh, I don't know that family. The kidnapper is all I know, and this is my family now. I mean, that's an example of how you could look at it. All right, because even though we're suffering, this is all we know, for many of us, and this is all we want to know for many of us, because it's comfortable, and that's our new identity. And a lot of times people become what they became and they forget who they are. And Baabaa always reminds us, it's not about what you became, it's really who you are, and holding on to that rope. All right. So 36, to hide their true story. All right, so let's see. This has been uncovered. Let me go back. The doctrine of the Mesopotamia and the Muziad Mutatalu, extraterrestrial aliens, came down to Earth and made the first Adamites, named Adapa, and his consort Eve, named Titi. This has been uncovered as thousands of stone tablets of Sumeria were translated and exposed. The true stories from where the Bible and Quran were plagiarized, changed, altered, and mistranslated by those called Habaru. 36, to hide their true story in the past 6,000 years of wickedness, evil, and chaos from their very beginning. 37, most of the Jawawu Jews today have no idea or clue what they really are. 38, nor what their God or gods Yahweh Elohim really are and where they are from. 39, most of the Muksasu Christians today have no idea or clue what they really follow, nor what their Lord God really is, or where, or of where their God really is, or where from. All right, who their God really is, or from. 40. Most of the Muslims today have no idea or clue what they really worship, nor what their Allah Rab really are or is from. 41. And from these you have many subsects, groups, denominations who add on, change, update the teachings with their own confusion and deceptions. 42. How long will you follow behind doctrines of foolishness, doctrines that you can't prove or confirm? Only make great claim with no support. 43. From the Yarapu Europeans' own doctrine, be they one, Mosesism, 2, Jesusism, 3, Mohammedism, 4, Jewishism, 5, Christianism, and 6, Islamism. And you share, form, and create stories from these teachings, fictional legends, and fairy tales. 44. From them, the Bible and Quran of Europeans and Arabs, both of the same bloodline, you present to our people. 1. The Ahmadiyya doctrine from the Quran. 2. Sunni Islamic doctrine, also from the Quran. 3. Ansarullah doctrine, which Baabaa says is a combination of the Bible and Quran. 4. Moorish Islamic doctrine, that's from the Bible and Quran. 5. Nation of Islamic doctrine from the Bible and Quran. 6. 5% of Islamic doctrine from the Bible and Quran. And 7. Rastafarian doctrine from the Bible. All right. So Baabaa put our own school in that list, the Ansarullah doctrine, which he tells you is based on the Bible Quran. Because the Bible Quran, Baabaa took time because he saw that we weren't interested in what he came to give. We kept asking for the Bible Quran. So he said, fine, I'm going to go back to the schools of Samaria and show you where the Bible and Quran come from. And then when you read the Sumerian doctrine, you see what those people were doing, what those extraterrestrials were doing. And he's saying, you still want to mess with those extraterrestrials? And when you go back without the spell over your eyes and you go back and read the holy tablets, those are not extraterrestrials that I really want to have my back. All right? Because they did a lot of unkind things to the Adamites. When you really go back and read the story, there's a lot of abuses right in the holy tablets. All right? So Baabaa took time to explain it away. Some of us, we still want to be there. All right? So 45. And from these, you have subgroups with their own doctrines. 46. All of the above are based on the Bible of Yarapu, Europeans, and the Quran of the Arabu, Arabs. None of them were of us, Mukmamu, blacks. All right. So just because they mixed in with us doesn't mean that's what we were. All right. Baaba's going to go and rescue his children that are spread out all over to bring them back home. All right. And many of us want to say, well, I'm Sumerian. All right, then stay there with your kidnappers. 47. How long will you live by their lies and deceptions they have not proved in 4,000 years? They may claim that a man they call Moshe, also known as Moses, also known as Musa, received the 5 books called Torah or laws, who was left to die on Mount Nebo. 48. What they failed to prove. Did this man even exist? Not one trace of evidence has been found to date to prove that he and his stories are actual fact. 49. They have not found anything to prove his stories or himself is real, only what you read in their Bible. No other records worldwide to prove their stories are real. Just another fictional history, like so many others outside the Bible, created in the minds of the white race. In the Bible, what the Bible calls fair, ruddy, pinkish, reddish, spotted, flush, Adamites and or Edomites. 50. No more than their own made up stories about them, called his stories. 51. All the above groups of mostly blacklisted from 1 through 7 based on their beliefs on a man called Yahshua, Jesus, Isa, who they claim was born of a virgin birth by way of a woman named Miriam, also known as Mariam, and their God El, who lives up in heaven, and the Bible of the Yarapu, Europeans and their offspring, who died on a cross. 52. What they fail to prove is, did this Zazaz Tat's woman and her Sawal son ever really exist? All right. So a lot of times people say, well, there really was a Jesus. See, there was 3 Jesus. There was Simon Bar Jesus, who was the son of, and then there was this, and there was that. So now when you're uncovering a lie, we're going back to, well, where are those archetypes being taken from? All right. So now it doesn't authenticate the Jesus that people are accepting. So for example, if you really look at, if you've been friends with a liar, for example, you notice that there's elements of patterns of life because they have to base a lie on something. So they take bits and pieces of a story of not really that's not their own, or aspects, and then they create a new image, all right, based it upon themselves. Same way that people take sometimes even Baaba's information and then they deceive and take bits and pieces and replace elements, all right, but it's still based on a lie. All right. So what they did fail to prove is, did this Zazaz Tat's woman and her Sawal son ever really exist? 53. Not one trace of evidence has been uncovered or found to date that can show and prove that they and their stories are actual fact. 54. They have not found anything to prove their stories or the mother and her son is real. Only what you read in their own Bible. 55. No other records worldwide to prove their stories are real, just another fictional his story, like so many others outside of their Bible, created in the minds of the Laben Salah white race of people, no more than their own made up stories about themselves. His story. 56. Now, next is an Arab born man named Muhammad, an Arab or red race. Now, he did exist and was born in Arabia on August 20th, 570 AD, and died of food poisoning in Arabia on June 8th, 632 AD. 57. He was only another follower of the person mentioned in the Bible he called Adam, the same name he called Noah or Nah, and Abraham for Ibrahim, Ishmael for Ishmael, Isaac for Isaac, Jacob or Yaqub, Esau or Esau, Jesus or Isa, John the Baptist as Yahya, the same person, even Moses, Musa, David, Dawood, Solomon, Suleiman, even Enoch as Idris. So all he did was believe in the same old stories of the Bible and wrote the book from the Bible and called it the Quran, no more or no less. Right? So Baaba's dispelling that as well. So, okay, you take a real man. But what was revealed to him? The Quran. But the Quran is inspired by a Bible. So a real man is having his inspirations based on something that hasn't been proven. All right. So that means that it's nothing more than the same school. All right. So 59. None of what this Quran says has been proven to date. It's the same doctrine as the Bible. 60. None of what has been and is being taught to our race from the Bible or Quran has been confirmed as actual facts or events that really took place. Only stories made up, written and passed on over time. 61. Depending on mistranslations and interpretations by them about them, which was for them, not our race of Afafreika Africans. And now our race spread and teach these fictions as real. 62. And they all believe in Mashaik, also known as Messiah or Masi, coming to save them. They each say he is coming. 63. It's been over 1,000 years. They still claim he is coming soon. 64. Each generation, he will be here now. It does not happen still they preach he is coming. Some say back and others say for the first time. Yet and still, he has not been proven to have ever existed and just created in their Bible and Quran. 66. They use our own race to preach and Talmud teach their lies and deceptions by Akadat's belief, Dakakat's faith, Za'am religion of the white and red race. 67. Never intended for others of 1. Africans, blacks of Africa. 2. Aborigines, browns of Australia. 3. Indians, browns of India. And 4. Asians, yellows of Asia. The Bible and the Quran was only for and about 1. Europeans, that's the white Europeans, Arabs. Whites, that's the Europeans. And then 2. Arabs, reds of Arabia. All right. So it was only for those 2 groups, Europeans and Arabs. All right. So I just want to go back as well like certain parts of the building, it was only for the mixed children. I'm talking about in Ghana when I took the tour. It was only for the mixed children, and the white people could go there if they wanted, but it wasn't for the black children. All right. And they had a doctrine specifically for the mixed children. The mixed children, we taught religious doctrine, political doctrine, learn to read, write, and that was created specifically for those mixed children. All right. In support of their Caucasian forefathers. It was not meant for the black children. All right. And if you ever get a chance, if you get a good tour guide, I actually, I went and it's all recorded. I don't know if that part of it, but the tour guide, he's explaining different things that went on and the psychology. And even like certain doctrines was specifically made for a bred group, all right, and for this purpose. And that was one of the tools that was used against the Africans, all right. So now think of the religious and political. So now when we look at ourselves, all right, a lot of us will clearly be part of that mixed agenda, and we're being pulled from that mixed agenda. All right. So a lot of us want to say this is our identity. All right. So then you're going to just be pulled back into that fiction, which it was just an agenda. You were a means to an end. All right. So the Bible and Quran was only for and about, one, European whites, that's the Europe, and two, Arabs, Reds, Arabia. 68. They use our own to beguile our people. They glamorize their hereafter, paradise, heaven, if you follow their religions, are misleading. So that's, and also that whole hybridized doctrine was created for them, those mixed hybridized children, to keep the original ones in check. All right. So they use our own, like they used our own children against us. They even made deals sometimes with the women. Give us 5 children and we'll let you go. Or whatever the case, whatever they did to our people. And they take our children away from us and indoctrinate them into that world and give them a new identity. All right. And new genetics. All right. So they use our own to beguile our own. They glamorize their hereafter. Paradise, heaven, if you follow their religions, are misleading. 69. Yet it seems surprisingly, with these lies and illusory doctrine, our race of Muksasu Christians and Muslims are completely content as mental and physical slaves of others.
The last thing Dr. King ever said to me, 5 days, as a matter of fact, before he was murdered, was he was at my home. He had just finished a strategy meeting on the Poor People's Campaign. And he seemed quite agitated after what we thought was a very successful gathering and discussion. And he said to me, I said, what's the matter, Martin? You seem very agitated. He said, well, I am. Because I've come upon a thought, but I don't know how to deal with it this moment. I said, well, what is it? He says, we fought long for integration. It looks like we're going to get it. I think we get the laws. He says, but I'm afraid that I've come upon something I don't know quite what to do with. I'm afraid that we're integrating into a burning house. And when we asked for further clarification, Andy Young was with me at that time, my wife, others. He said, America's lost whatever little moral vision it had. Its moral sense has run away from the nation. And a nation that is not governed by morality and moral principles is a nation that's headed for an abyss. And I think black people who have been struggling to get into this system, maybe getting into a system that in the final analysis is a Sodom and Gomorrah, will not work. Because its selfish goals, its need for profit, its need for supremacy, its need to be the best, has clouded its moral vision. And with no moral vision, no nation can be healthy enough to lead its people anywhere except to to destruction.
70. They are leading our race headlong into their burning narar fire, as they, by faith and belief, blindly march into it unaware. 71. I, Baabaa Yaanun, the Master Yaanun, have done my best to caution my people. Paa Taraq Shalil wu-nuwaup, the Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup, believing and having faith in beliefs without facts by these counterfeit teachings and teachers. These counterfeit teachings and teachers, all right, which they indoctrinated your people to give you. And we're content. And Baabaa, his job is to warn us. That's why Baabaa says he's our warner, all right, reformer. All right. So in order for Baabaa to be a deformer, something had to have been deformed. All right. To reconnect those bridges. All right, the bridge to salvation. All right. So think about neural pathways as you correct their stories. All right. You don't have to be subject to being a tool of anybody anymore, outsiders. All right. Because those hybridized children, they were treated fine for that position, but it was just a means to an end. All right. But they could never be accepted. All right. As the tour guide explained to me in Ghana, those hybridized, they're finding that seat for that position for that moment. But they could never be accepted by their European parents. Like they would never go be accepted. So only within that system. But that system works for the support of that outside system that doesn't support them. Working so hard for acceptance that never comes. All right. So we have the ability to jump off of that and correct our stories and go back home before it's too late. All right. So 72. I now say of the pretenders, I admonish that such people are in actual fact wolves in gananats, sheep's clothing, pretending to be Nuwaupians, saying Nuwaupians on other titles, or just saying I'm with Baabaa Yaanun, except what he taught, except what he taught. Such liars they are. All right. A lot of people work themselves close proximity to him. All right. I was saying through his own writings that you had to beware of such people too. This is why I started this platform in actuality, because all the stuff that I saw people abusing themselves and each other. And I say, you know what, let's just all read. It doesn't matter who's the smartest or who's right or wrong. All right. Because people would take a little piece and it sounds good. And the average person wasn't really reading. And you'd be at the mercy. But you have all kinds of beings that's here. All right. Studying for different reasons. All right. 73. They cover up what I really teach and taught that which is normally quite obvious, and trick Madatat's words, old tapes, Safahat's books that are outdated. 74. Now that I can teach what I really came to teach, wu-nuwaup. So they start confusing the people because it was hard for him to teach before. He had to give people what they wanted. So now they go and then they confuse the people, mixing old with the new, and also deterring people from looking into the new for themselves. That's the job, really, to deter people away. All right. And the reality is that I just share, you can make your own determinations. It doesn't mean that I don't read the older books. I do. But there's a lot of people, they were afraid to look at these new books that is really, you don't have to worry about him having to tap dance around the desires of our hybridized state. He doesn't have to appeal to our hybridized state anymore. All right. So now that I can teach what I really came to teach, which is wu-nuwaup. 74. Furthermore, the pretenders announce with their Lasanat, tongues, what is not really in their Baabaa hearts. 76, be very cautious of impostors. They will be recognized by the fruits of their labor. All right. Will they be recognized by their words? No. Well, maybe if you're studying, you can see where people are distorting. But they'll also be recognized by the fruits of their labor or lack thereof. All right. 77. They will be exposed because what I teach is now on paper. Madats be madats, word by word, verse by word. Verse by verse. You can only teach as it is presented. 78. If you try to gayor, change it or explain from their own akalat minds, they will only get lost along the way when asked questions by my devoted ones who keep my words by the letter. All right. Ask questions, Moisar. All right. And that has happened to me. I've been questioned, and I remember I was saying something and it didn't quite make sense. But I thought it made sense because of how I understood it. And it was a sister, she asked a question, she said, well, can you explain that? And then I thought about it and I said, wow, you're right. And I was so grateful, you know. So, I remember Baba saying, stop being starstruck, all right, over others. That's what he said. He was using that starstruck. And people use their titles as status symbols and their relationship as status symbols. And don't get blinded by that. Still do your due diligence. All right. Because we're all learning together, regardless of what your status is. All right. And I'm doing my best. I didn't write these scrolls. All right. 79. The Bible is no more than big business for preachers. 80. The Quran is no more than big business for preachers. 81. That is all their religions are business. I got to tell you something. There's a lot of updates, and I'm going to just expose it. There's a lot of updates that Baba has shared, but there's some people that's keeping them because the plan is that a person wanted to make a website, so you have to go on their website and they can monetize it. All right. So people make big business. All right. That's why for me, I just read the scrolls for free because I didn't write the scrolls, and they're very helpful. And I see all the games that's being played with it, and the scrolls have been so helpful because when I stick with the scrolls and we go by with the scrolls, though I've been challenged a lot, I feel like I'm fine. Even though I'm not always perfect, I'm doing the best that I can. So I'll either be protected or I'll be corrected, and either way I win, whether I'm protected or corrected, because if I hold on to this, all right, and somebody tries to, and then they come with that, then they correct me. I'm like, oh, thank you. All right. So that is all their religions are, business. That's 81. That is all their religions are, business. 82. And they use fear to promote this business. All right. We don't promote fear. All right. We promote facts. Now, with this facts, these are the consequences of X, Y, Z. So if you want those consequences, this is where you go. If you want a different consequence, then it's time to make a different decision. That's sound right reason. All right. So it's like we educate, we explain delusions away. All right. So it's not just the fact of if you don't dress this way, you're not a real Sabian. A lot of times you have to explain, well, this is why we do this, and this is why we don't wear that, and this is the effect that this has on us. And like Baba said, the women, we shouldn't wear jeans. And our culture is based on facts. So now when you start getting the facts, you get empowered by the facts. And it's like, oh, that's why we do that. Okay, I understand now. That's why we don't do that. All right. Rather than just being afraid that somebody's going to judge you. Because if you're doing something because you're afraid of what other people would think, and you just want to be accepted, that's also a form of fear. All right. You want to take the time, and it's like, okay, why do we chant? Oh, that's what it's doing for me. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Why do we do it at that time? Oh, that's what's going on with the circadian rhythm. You become empowered like a scientist. And if you decide not to do it, or you decide to do something, that was really your choice. And you can surmise, well, this outcome leads to that outcome. And then that's your decision. So that's why we have another book that's called Your Decision. All right. So we give the facts. And so many people don't want to give the facts. They just want to say, I've been around this long. Listen to me. I'm this to the teacher. Listen to me. I'll put a good word in for you. I'll share things with you if you do things to my liking. And that's not what it's about. All right. So don't get stuck. Don't become a victim of that or a perpetrator, because you could fall on either side. All right. So it's all about business, right? So 82. And they use power of fear to promote their business. Yes, I see somebody unmuted. Zamal
Yes.
Rahubat.
Rahubat Zamaltat. It's very interesting what you are saying, because for someone like me, I don't come from a religious family. So I'm looking for that kind of information. Like the example that you gave about wearing jeans and giving the reasons for not doing that. And that is what I'm constantly looking for. I have joined different groups because I'm looking for that. And I feel like in most of them, there is this back and forth between biblical verses. And for me, it's confusing because I think, I read a Bible a long time ago because my aunt told me about it. And then I had questions. It never made sense. But because I don't come from a very strictly religious family, I don't use it as a frame of reference. And I don't even know if I'm making sense.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
So there's a video of a brother or Zamal that was teaching, and I think I've watched it 4 times, because even though I keep attending so many classes, there was just something about the manner in which he was teaching. I was like, yes, this is what I'm looking for. It was shared recently. I think someone even shared it on the various groups on the Telegram. And so that's what I'm looking for. I just want to learn that, okay, in wu-nuwaup, this is who we are, this is what we do, and this is where we do the things that we do. And I know that I can get that from the scrolls. I have bought them. I'm waiting for them to get to my country. It's been over a month now. And again, I feel like in these spaces, the female voices are not there, because we think differently, we process information differently, we understand things differently, we are the voice of reason. So in all the different spaces where I'm learning about Wu-Sabat, there aren't too many. There are actually very little female voices. And I heard somewhere, or I read somewhere even, where Baabaa said, the feminine are going to save him. I'm like, where, who, where are we? Where are they? Where are they gathering? What are we doing, to save Baabaa? And those kinds of questions.
Right.
Yeah. So anyways, I just wanted to say that, because as you were saying that, I'm like, yes, that's what I'm looking for. I just want to learn about the doctrine and understand it for what is, so that I can share it, because I feel like every time I want to share it, it's almost like I need to use the Bible, and I understand, but where I am, it's not a thing. If nothing else, we have a people like my cousin was initiated a couple of years ago to be a sangoma, and a sangoma is a traditional healer. And then she had to go through this ceremony where animals were slaughtered and things like that. I know and we understand about communicating with our ancestors. We know that, and that's how we learn who we are, because people have that gift. But at the same time, I have learned that it has been desecrated in some way, you know, through Wu-Sabat. So it's not, it, I don't think, I could be wrong, I don't think it's going to be difficult for majority of people in Africa, if I can generalize it and be like, oh, Africa, okay, in Africa to understand, you know, wu-nuwaup, because we practice, we still communicate with our ancestors to this day. So people are caught in between where they have one foot, you know, in religion and then another foot going to the traditional healers. When push comes to shove, they will go to the traditional healers at night and they say, please speak to my ancestors, throw the bones, tell me what's going on. And then they will go and do whatever the recommendations will be. And then on Sunday, they'll go to church to just go through the motions. So, yeah,
Yeah.
um,
Well, well, I see where it's still helpful to, you know, to reference the Bible because, you know, I've been to different parts of Africa and the Bible still made its way there, or the Quran. And the fact that they still may have the connection, like to some traditional healings, but they still feel like, well, just in case, let me go to church too, you know? Like my Haitian family, I have Haitian family very much like that, where the science of wu-nuwaup is going to catch them, but sometimes certain things, that certain confusions are still there. It's still imprinted on our people. And some of us may be more based in the confusions than others, and some of them, you know, you can't just take away somebody's delusion. Like if you ever dealt with anybody with schizophrenia, you can't just say, oh, there's no gorilla over there. You know, a lot of times you have to explain everything around that gorilla, and then that person's mind, depending on what, you know, how far gone they are, the person's mind starts to reorganize itself. But if that person is still dibbling and dabbling, it lets you know that it's still influencing them, you know. So world over, you know, our, even in our traditional healings, Christianity and Islam and these different influences still made their way, and we think that we're dealing with our traditional sciences, but you see how there's still an interference. So it may still come in handy. But I say that the easiest way to apply Wu-Sabat is just to apply truth as truth. And for example, Wu-Sabat is not confirmed in another book. Wu-Sabat is confirmed in nature, you know. So that's why you take time, like Baabaa is breaking down the cells, he's breaking down elements, he's breaking down the elemental chart, he's breaking down the brain, the blood-brain barrier, your circadian rhythm, the uh the shift of the planet, you know, the shifts of your cells. And it's like, you don't need a Bible to explain that, you know, you just need critical thinking and somebody asking a question. And even if you didn't get that from the book, you didn't read it from the book, you're actually practicing Wu-Sabat, being able to apply an answer. Like, so for example, you know, Baabaa might explain that synthetics aren't good for you, right? Plastics, because you can't breathe. For example, he might explain something about, you know, natural fibers. So why do you have to wait for Baabaa to tell you that using a synthetic fiber isn't going to be good for you? A lot of us, that's how we are. Like, well, I didn't read in the book. And it's like using sound right reason. So, for example, if you know that this is how it's made up, and you understand this element and how they relate to each other, then you can practice Wu-Sabat. You know, so Baba's kind of trying to condition us to critically think once again. All right. And then we have certain unifying things that we do. And this is the significance of it. And another thing Baabaa said is that one of our problems is that we don't ask the right questions. So he's waiting for people to ask questions. So he told the women, for example, for many years, we're the rash tab braid at one time, Ninti braid. They didn't say why, what does it mean, or what does it link to. They just said, well, this is my culture. And he's like, he's waiting. He's like, you're not even gonna ask. And I remember, like, for example, our pass key seals, and he gave them out. Sometimes he gives things out and he doesn't tell you what it is. So he gave a lot of women pass key seals. And a lot of women were walking around feeling special, like it's a status symbol. I remember it was really an unfortunate way that many of us behave, not everybody. And so if you got your pass key seal and she didn't get one, you just like, well, Baabaa gave me a pass key seal and I'm special. And then we getting it gold plated and all that. We don't even know what it means. And a lot of people still have pass key seals and they don't know what it means. And I remember he was so upset. He wrote to the family. He said, I wish I could take those pass key seals back, because he said, you guys are walking around like status. Nobody asked me what it's for. You don't even put it, like he sends it out. The person writes him again. They don't even mention the pass key seal. You don't even write it in the letter. So the funny thing is, when he had wrote me, right, he sent me the pass key seal. And I don't know, instinctively, I would just draw it back, because I used to like to draw little figures and little things on my letter, and I would draw it and then give him. So for me, I used to kind of put that on my letter now, and then I would mail him whatever it is. And he actually liked it. But I kind of instinctively was doing, something. And Bobby explained that it's actually your signature. It's like a spiritual signature. But even up till today, there's a lot of people who didn't take any type of interest to find out why. And he notices that about many of us. So not everybody could tell you what a pass key seal is, but did they ask? So, I mean, I've heard things about like the pass key seal, why only women can get it. It's linked something having to do with her womb. He said to study it, look at it, and see what, So, and for me, I've upgraded my pass key seal since even Baabaa gave it to me. It's taken changes, all right. And because I could kind of sense it and feel, and I'm like, this makes sense because this links to that. So I'm already practicing it in that type of way. Because at one time I couldn't get my questions asked. So I have to use sound right reason. All right. And a lot of people aren't like that. A lot of people, they just sit here and they're just information zombies. All right. They just take it. They need their next hit. It doesn't apply in anywhere in their life. They don't know why they're doing something. They just say, well, Nuwaupians, we do this. And they couldn't. Somebody come and ask them about their culture. They could tell them what it is, but they can't explain it. So for ourselves, like if Baabaa says, hey, you should drink chlorophyll, drink some green chlorophyll, mint chlorophyll first thing in the morning. Some people are just comfortable with that. But unless you already know the science of it, the wise thing to do would to look at, well, what is chlorophyll? You could start asking those questions, start finding the answers. A lot of us are very lazy. We like being preached to. But I would say he's a teacher. And a good student asks questions. All right. But so many people, we just like being preached to. All right. So you'll be able to apply Wu-Sabat and teach it. Because for me, I just like to have discussions. I don't really memorize the doctrine. I don't say, well, on page such and such. I just like to, well, based on this. And next thing you know, I'm almost saying something verbatim. I'll reference it because I'll see it in life and I'll address it in real life. And it's relatable to our situation, but it's really the same pattern was written down. So I would say like that, because you'll be able to talk to anybody. Like, for example, my friend, he is the artist of this picture right here. And his background is Haitian voodoo. But I love his artwork. And it's like he loves, like, he didn't know who Baabaa was, and I didn't, like, he starts asking me questions. I'm not referencing the Bible. I'm referencing the same patterns that he has that I can see, and I'm like, this relates to that, and I can see it's something that's relatable because Wu-Sabat is in real life. You know, you should see it playing out in real life. And then I gave him like 3 books, and he loved the books. He was like, oh my gosh, he's saying everything that I couldn't articulate. And then the guy could correct his own story, you know? So it's like everybody could form their own relationship. So that's my take from it. Zamaltat Linky. All right. Anything else I don't know if I went on a tangent or if you could relate to what I was saying about that.
I know you didn't, and I think that's what I love about this space. And I hear you, what you're saying. I've gotten to a point where, so my best friend, like my best friend, she is religious to a certain degree, and I think for me, what I see, it's almost like religion has become part of our culture. It's a thing that people feel that they have to do, you know, like on a Sunday, because it's there and there's nothing else to do. So I think I mentioned it before. There's a brother here who sent me 3 scrolls. So I read them, and then I shared one with her a couple of weeks back. And I've never really spoken about Wu-Sabat to her because, like, and that's the thing, I'm like, where to start? Depending on the conversations that we will have, I'll throw something in there. So, like, the people that are closest to me, they know Baabaa because I'll keep saying Baabaa Yaanun this and this and this and that. And it's funny because in a way, it's like they understand. So I shared one of the scrolls with her. I was like, oh, you know, this is what I'm reading now. And then she read it. And then there was another girl who came back. It was the M other. I gave her the M other to read. And then there's a young lady who is a nurse. So I was like, okay, give me the scroll because I want to give it to her. So, and then she was like, you know, it was like I was sitting down with this old lady, and she was reminding me of something that I had forgotten. So she said that's what it felt like when she was reading the scroll. And it, like, when she was explaining, it was like very clear in her head. I don't even know. To me, it felt like either an older version of her was reminding her, or one of her ancestors was reading her. And then she was like, I need to read it again over and over and over and over. So I was like, okay, I bought more. When they get here, I will share them with you. So it's been very interesting in that sense. And I'm finding that that works for me. Just giving her the scrolls to read. And that one was fantastic because it doesn't even dwell much into, it doesn't reference religion so much per se. And I feel like for me, that is how I can connect to my friends, just having conversations, like you said, about things that we can relate to. We all understand, talking to our ancestors. We have the altars, even though they're outside. And like you said, everything really in our culture, it does have some elements of religion. Even when people are throwing a party, first thing they'll pray. Even at work, when you go to a meeting, people would be like, let's pray. I'm like, no, I don't have time. You know, but it's very interesting because it has infiltrated everywhere. But at the underlying part of it, you can see that people are just afraid. It's like you said, your Haitian family is just in case, you know, this thing happens to them. Yeah. So, but I think the more they learn and read and really remember, you know, who we are, the more things are going to change. And I do, in a way, I understand what Baabaa means. I feel like the feminine voice is missing for me, who is new here in this space, especially maybe it's that Telegram group. and the OSM vision, even the documentary of Baabaa that they did, it was beautiful. I mean, and the timing was perfect because I watched that and then came here and then you were reading The Man of Many Faces. I was like, wow, look at that. You know, so everything was connecting. But then I'm watching the video, I'm like, this is great, you know, the documentary, but where are the women? I think I only saw one or two or a couple of or whatever. So for me, that is missing in this space. And then I'm like, where are we? And
I
then there's
tell
you,
you,
and
we're here.
yeah,
I'm
we need,
including you. We had to be those.
we
We
need,
had to be
we
those
need,
looking for.
yeah, we need more of that because there's a way in which things are explained that helps you connect. It's not, the other parts are very mental. And then here, then you come and then you get the emotional part of it, and then the two merge, and then you are whole.
Right,
So, yeah, that's how I would describe it. So, I hear you.
right.
Yeah, tell me that.
Yeah. So some, I do notice some people are very technical, but I'm like, when you look at in life, if somebody asks you how to make a cup of tea, and the child is asking, so where did the tea come from? That's how children are. So where did you buy this? So who put that together? How do tea bags get made? I'm drinking tea. That's why I'm talking about tea. Um, where did it grow from? That's Wu-Sabat right there, you know? And it's like, you know what? I don't know. Let's find out together. That's also Wu-Sabat, you know, because then you get empowered and you apply it. You see it in nature, you know, and then you have interferences that's interrupting that. So Baba's job is to remove those interferences. All right. So we become more sound and reasonable beings. And then also when people think they're not religious, Baba interchangeably uses the word opinion because some people are like, I'm atheist, I'm not religion. But you can be very religious in many ways. Religion plays out in many ways. It's not just the Bible, it's not just the Quran. It's the whole thing of like, for example, people came into this group early. I'm gonna give you this as an example as religious. People came into this group to pick apart my clothing. All right, I'm literally in my own living room with scrolls that I purchased on a phone that I paid for, doing the best I can to share as a fellow Sabian, the best I can, not as a perfect person, but just as a fellow Sabian that's perfecting myself. And somebody comes to pick apart, like, what are you wearing? Are you wearing a wu-nuwaup? Why is your hair not covered? All this other stuff. And delivering a message. Women are modest. They are this. And women are, and it was like kind of just beating me up. And I asked the question. I said, how old is that message? Why are you sharing that message now? In what context is that being said? And it's like, oh, you don't listen. And I'm telling Baba, or whatever the case is. So I just kind of felt harassed. So I ended up actually blocking the person who I thought was harassing me. And I just continued reading. What did Baba end up saying? Oh, I like what she's doing. He ended up endorsing it. So what I'm saying is that when somebody just says, do what I say because I say so, because Baba said it, and I'm like, well, what context did he say it, And then she said, oh, you're not listening. I said, I said, no, I questioned. I didn't reject. And I can't accept that without first vetting it. I don't just say, I had to vet it. And I'm like, okay, all right. So that now you see wu-nuwaup in action. So a person could say, well, we're both Nuwapians. There was no religion. There's religion because people are coming and putting their opinion and telling everybody that I never met Baba physically, that I'm Paul, because Paul never met Jesus, and Paul was actually against what Jesus taught. But I'm like, I'm reading his scrolls, word for word. I come here, read it, share with the family. But, so what I'm saying is that's an example of how you could see religion played out. And there's no Bible or Quran in that equation, but there's religion. And that's why Baba said I remember a few years ago, he said to start apologizing to people and I remember even he put an apology out, and he said you should say this sometimes. I apologize for anybody that I may have hurt out of religious ignorance. All right. And religious ignorance is like, well, I've been atheist all my life, so I never had any religious ignorance. But you see that religious ignorance can play out in many ways because it's infiltrated, you know. Like, for example, I know this African Nigerian guy, and like he thinks he knows everything. I can't tell him nothing. All right. And I just remember he had children, and around a certain age, they circumcised the children. And then I was just like, why are you circumcising the child? And I was giving him the facts on actually the detriments of doing that and where did that custom come from. And he said, well, my family does this because they're Africans. All right. But I'm like, and they've been doing that for generations, but I'm like, your family is still has Islamic backings, and they're following customs that's not even theirs, but they've made it their own, you know. And he's not able to see it because he feels like he's African and he knows already. And I'm like, well, you're going against nature, and you're not explaining why, because you're just saying, well, my family does it, but you can't say why, you know. So if you've lost touch with being reasonable, you know. So it plays out in many ways, and it's affected us all over the planet. And the reason why I pointed out that he's Nigerian is because I'm just showing how we've been affected, our people all over. And I remember Baabaa says that either you're all right or you're not right at all. And some of us have been tampered with more, some of us have been tampered with less, but it's no mistake that we've all been tampered with. And you know, a lot of times, like for me, my family wasn't very religious. Like no one bothered me because I remember like one of my friends, when he was getting into like information and trying to learn about his origins, his mother actually she said it was witchcraft, and threw out all his stuff, throughout all his books, everything, because she thought she was saving him. And my parents never did that. They never interrupted. You know, whatever I want to do, they just let me be. And I could say, well, I didn't grow up religious, but can I really say that? And when I really think about it, there's been so much unsound things that was just normal. And it's based on what? It's based on belief systems. And even if the belief systems isn't based on the Adamite, indirectly it is, you know. So I'm like, I've confronted that. Because I traveled to a few countries, Senegal, Haiti. Well, Haiti's not Africa, but same thing. Haiti, Trinidad, Nigeria, Ghana, wherever our people are, you're going to confront ignorance, you know, and because so much has been done to us, even if they're not into Christianity or Islam, you know. So, and also within myself, there's a lot of things that I was misinformed about, you know, and there's a lot of things I already did right. I did some things right. Like parents, everything they taught me wasn't a lie. There's been a lot of things that's very relatable. I could plug right into Wu-Sabat, but some things was a hindrance, you know. So I'm seeing that all over. So let's get back to our reading. All right. So 82, they use khawf, fear, to promote this business. All right. So do people practice fear-based things outside the quote unquote Quran and the Bible? Yeah. You have to put this and cut this and put it under the tree and this amount of money. And if you don't appease that force, it's going to be a bad thing that happens. That's all fear-based, and it's all based on what to promote a business. All right. So 83, if you don't live by these books, such as the Bible and the Quran, buy them, then they teach you to buy more books about them, or you will be going to Manrar, hell's fire, once you are dead. Fear God. The holidays are big business. All right. Believe it or not, when I opened this room and I was reading the scrolls, Few people have tried to attack me and say I'm attacking the stores because I'm taking away from the stores because I'm reading the books for free. Now the people don't have to purchase it because they could just sit here and listen to the books. So I'm stealing from the stores. And I'm like, that's the problem. We're too business based and we're not enough soul based. And in actuality, that's not even how it works, because people are going to want to read the books anyway, because once you have something you're hooked, you're like, you know what? I need to read that for myself. I need that. I want to go over that. There's been books that, or something somebody has said, and I can't say, well, I know it now. Now I don't even need it. It intrigued me to be like, I need that book. You know, like there's certain books like this book, for example. This is another book that it's not like I'm going to read it and give it away. Like I want to like refer to it, go back to it. So if anything, people buy books more, you know. So I see, and that's why I told Baabaa too. And when I had a bookstore, because Baabaa also put me over a bookstore, I used to do the same thing. I would be in the bookstore and sometimes I just read the books, because I realized that when working in a bookstore, that's the first time I realized that there's really a high amount of people who really can't read, but they're too embarrassed to tell you. So that's what made me start reading books to people. All right. So 84, the holidays are big business. All right. 85, rituals, births, marriages, and funerals, all big business. 86, all based on tagal, ignorance. And if you ask exactly where is hell's fire, they point downward. There is no hell beneath you. That is a lie. 87, if you ask them where's this paradise, as in a garden, patat, heaven, they will point upward. There is no heaven, garden above you. That is a lie. 88, if you ask what happens at ladad birth, they don't know. Why? Because there is no fiction to birth. 89, you see a Mawat's baby born, yet when it comes to Mawat's death, you don't have the answers. They don't know. 90, ask, do you believe in Muzyad Mutatalu, extraterrestrials? They will say no. Yet they believe God came down from outer space, because Jesus said, I am from above. And the Quran says Jesus was taken up to Allah, and Muhammad was thrown up to Allah. 97, so they do believe in Muzyad Mutatalu, extraterrestrials, yet they don't even realize it. 92, ask them, do they believe in reincarnation? They will say no. Yet they teach Moses died and came back with Elijah before Jesus's disciples in transfiguration. And they believe Jesus gave up the Tayaf ghost or the Nafas spirit while on the cross and died, yet will be coming back. 93, so they do believe in reincarnation, yet they don't even realize it. 94, they have all these Jewish, Christian, and Muslims mystics with mystical experiences. Many who claim to speak with the Mawat's dead. 95, yet they never speak to any of the holy people or Khabatu, angels, none, from Adam to Muhammad. Why only the ghost of certain people? 96, never the angel or Jesus himself or Muhammad himself. 97, yet they teach them to call on Holy Ghosts, Holy Spirits, speak to angels, call on Jesus the Christ. Yet they never get any shawabat, answers or help. 98, they hayah, live, and mawits die, as all others, nothing special. 99, they get sick, have diseases like all others. They have accidents, die, or are wounded in wars like all others. Nothing unique about them by their beliefs. 100, their Qaradu children of the Bible and Quran fight and kill each other. Holy places destroyed, and no Sayyam, divine intervention by any protecting deity. 101, How long will you, my people, believe in this fictitious belief, having faith without facts? All right. So I also want to turn it around. By our beliefs don't make us any different. All right. Now you'll notice that it's the facts that has empowered you. You know how long I had the breath book? I had the breath book for a long time. I read it a long time ago. All right. Until I got the facts of the breath, that's where the power came. And I was like, that's what he's saying. But just memorizing what he said and being able to verbatim repeat it until I confirm it, that's technically a belief. All right. Many of us are comfortable in belief. All right. And we have to know the difference. All right. So when you apply something, you confirm it. That's when it becomes a fact. All right. So for example, let's say Baabaa gave this to me and I said, because Baabaa says this also represents a protection. So I just put this on. I don't even know what it means. I'm like, Baabaa gave it to me and it's going to protect me. It's like, that's not going to protect you any more than we're in a crossword. And I explained to you why. Now you realize how this is going to protect you. So when you take time, you get to the facts of what this is. You're reminded about this because this serves as a reminder. And you're able to balance yourself, all right? Because this is actually representing my womb, all right? And every woman that'll be true. And certain things, all right? Keeping yourself aligned. And really it's applying the facts of what this is. Can you apply this to your life? And you keep it as a reminder so you can always be mindful. So you protect your womb. Because really your womb is where, and all that, that's your intuition. That's everything. That's where the next generation is coming through. All right. And it's so much power, so much more than that. So you start to realize, well, how is it going to protect me? Okay, this is going to protect me, but how? And I don't take the time to get the facts. All right. So now listen to this 101. How long will you, my people, believe in this fictional belief, having faith without facts? All right. So when Baabaa gives you something and you don't know what it is and you're comfortable with that, you like, I have faith. And it's like, he's like, oh my gosh, you're not even asking me any questions. And then he writes, you guys do not ask the right questions. And he's sitting there, oh, they don't question me at all. Like they don't want to know why. And then they could walk around with this as a status symbol and say, I'm important, you know, and that's what it turns into. It's something so beautiful turns into something so ugly, you know, because of the lack of wanting to connect to that. All right. So 102. Over history, they are the ones who commit all kinds of executions, murders. They swindled and commit atrocities. 103. My own Shakasu people, are you not cognizant of these hakakats facts, that these religions and people are the most degenerate of doers of evil and wicked deeds to others and themselves? They are pretenders for certain. And you, this is 104, and you who pretend to be with me, knowing you are not, you are only kadabat or at, liars and nashash or at, deceivers, seeking your own gain. All right. So we can have two people side by side. I want to share this information with you. I have another. So we're doing the same thing. We get on a platform. All right. But some people is just to seek their own gain because now I can find a way to monetize it to benefit myself or whatever the case is, to be worshipped or be important or whatever the case is. All right. So some people, they just link on. As Baabaa says, you have some people who are parasitic and they just latch on for their own purposes. And some people latch on really to hope and to be a part. All right. We're side by side is explained, and that's explained more in the bridge towards salvation. All right. That we're all here mixed in together. All right. And I'm going to find a link where you can hear Baabaa actually talking on that with his own words, his own voice. All right. He speaks about that exactly. He's going to expound on it very nicely. What else?
back in the power of love. We can beat these devils. We will beat these devils. But everybody has to work together.
I want you to say, oh, that Malachi can't be trusted. I don't want to believe in him. He's crazy. He's illegal. I want you to say that. And then I want you to open your Bible. And I want you to get in your computers or go to college and open up a computer and get in a Bible software. And I want you to start researching the word and looking at the definitions and find out for yourself, am I the one that's crazy? Or am I the one that's here to break the spell? The spell of Leviathan, to lift you out of a state of mind or condition that keeps you from moving to the next level. Is that what I'm here for? And who is really holding you back? And what is their job? And who do they work for? Because they want to keep blinds over your eyes with their hands in your pockets.
People are like parasites, and they figure out a way. It's like take, for instance, let's take any group. Let's take Jesse Jackson, right? Jesse Jackson was attached on to the Martin Luther King movement. At a certain point, when the Martin Luther King passed, and his family starts arguing about who's going to take this and who's going to do that, he stuck because he was making his living after traveling off of Dr. Martin Luther King. And lecturing, every time he's lecturing as a student of Martin Luther King, so he's right there. So he goes and forms Push, or Rainbow Push. Now he has his own little thing, and he slowly but surely moves Dr. Martin Luther King out and puts his own advertisements out, and everybody's walking around with Rainbow Push buttons on, and that's how he makes his living. So you have the same situation. Whenever you have a person who's a figurehead, there's always those parasites that are moving around, and they're looking for ways to bite into it and not have to pay or not have to work and not have to do things. Just figure out how to get on it. So like, I'm his wife, or I'm his lover, or I'm his best friend, or I'm his confidant. And then they start writing their own little books, their own little, own little things. That's what black people do, because they just don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a life. Well, I can join this, or I can join that. I can join the Nation of Islam, work my way up, become a minister, and then I got my own temple, and then I'm straight. That's what people do. And then when someone comes along and says, well, like, okay, we're coming in here because we want to straighten this thing out. Because while y'all are doing all that hustling, y'all ain't trying to free the men the longer they live off of me. You see? That's what they've been doing. That's the hustle. And that's exactly what we had with the other person. When they was going around saying that, well, yeah, only me and them are traveling through the stars together, and they gave the impression they came to visit me, that someone gave them that money. The moment they got that cute, the moment they started having somebody fooled and they give them money, they were going to tell you, I got my own mind now. That's exactly what they said to you, right? I got my own mind now. Which means, the heck with Dr. York, I could use him to get my rent paid and get that, and you know what I'm saying? Somebody's going to take care of me. That's what, the reason why y'all meet so much hate and slander is because you're coming along saying, that's it, nobody's hustling him no more. That's over. And people were like, it's like, I was like, certain people are mad, like, I'm fed up with this and I'm fed up with that, but I'm going to make your hats and sell them to the brothers. And so when you say, that's why, you know, that the hat that you see me with, the one I designed, the reason why you don't see it, because if someone gets it done, then all the people, all the women out there that are hustling, making those little hats with the symbols on it, they got to stop. What are they going to do? You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of game they go through because it's a hustle. They living off of it. And it's like, well, oh, he don't like us no more. He can't use us no more. It's like, this is what a wise man once said. I'm quite sure you heard this statement before, right? If you do the same thing the same way, use the same people, right, and expect a different outcome, then you're crazy. It got to the point where I said I want to do everything different. The last thing in the world they want to see is me walk out, push down the wheelchair. They want me to die, point blank. And so it just depends on how we approach it. You follow?
105. These characteristics are recognized by the true wu-nuwaupians, who can identify you by your tamalat's actions and madatat's words. 106. Your conduct and demeanor are a dead giveaway as to what type of person you really are and what you really seek which is your own fame. All right. Some people, they wanted to be celebrities. I'm not saying everybody, you know, and I'm not discouraging anybody from stepping up. And I really encourage everybody to step up. All right. But some people, they just like it, you know, some people just, they have something to say, and some people, it just feels nice to have people look at you. It feels nice to be important. All right. And some people really wanted to be famous. Some people wanted music careers and money, and to be taken care of by, you know, other people, and to have a position of importance. And for some people, that is the motivating factor. And it's not for me to judge who's doing that. That's not for me to judge. It's just for me to make sure that I'm not one of the people doing it. All right. So your conduct and demeanor are a dead giveaway as to what type of person you really are and what you really seek. Your own fame. 107. You claim that I, Baabaa Yaanun, the master teacher, am your Nabeb Mumlad, master teacher, and you, Saduk, trust in what I teach, and that you accept myself as your role model. 108. Surprisingly enough, you actually did not, Saduk, trust me. 109. You only use what I teach for your own Tawat's ego. 110. In fact, you only trusted in the wu-nuwaup, evil ones, devils, and the lust and lusters they offer. 111. You are totally committed to deception. All right. So one thing I could say about Baabaa scrolls. So, for example, I had to take some chemistry classes and different things like that outside of the doctrine for the industry that I'm in. And like having Baabaa scrolls is like you get a very good education of what you can pay. Like neurobiologists are paying for, mathematicians, all types of things. And a lot of people, from being such downtrodden for so long, you know, Baabaa explained he warned about Doctrine. He said, be cautious of Doctrine and stop using it. Because what ends up happening is that when you're talking, it's like, wow, that's impressive to somebody who hasn't been exposed to it. And people like that, you know, they end up liking it. And then people can be vulnerable to you at that time. So they look up to you and they're like, oh my gosh, you're so special. You're so amazing. And instead of reminding the other person of their importance and how they are special and their own divinity, some people start feeding off of that attention. Is like, I'm the special one. And then they get their own followers for whatever reason. All right. And then all they did was attach themselves to Baabaa. And then when they don't need him no more, notice they'll break away with their own group. Or they'll stay with Baabaa in visuals, but in actions, they're really not. All right. So it's 110. In fact, he only trusted in the wu-nuwaup, evil one devils, and the lust and lusters they offer. 111. You are committed to deception. 112. To us of wu-nuwaup, it is preferable to have trustworthy people who practice wu-nuwaup, our own doctrine, rather than to try and mix old doctrines of the Bible and Quran to gain followers as you do. 113. Holding on to which has expired. 114. You also maintain that you trusted in the actual facts, the way, the secrets of Yaanun, and other things I presented to you. In spite of such declarations. 115. You assaulted my teachings with your own interpretations of them, and even try and eliminate parts you don't wish to use to support your own gain. All right. You'll come across that a lot. 116. The most outrageous atrocity of all is your fabrication of the Hadab culture and way of life of us, the United Nuwaupians nation of Yamasee natives. 117. You and your alterations and deceptions, which you ascribe to myself, that I am the one who appointed, selected, chosen, delegated, designated, nominated, assigned, and authorized you. You are a liar, and I did not make you any such position. All right. So I'm going to tell you right now, Bobby said, oh, it's nice what she's doing. He didn't tell me, oh, Noontet, what, are you crazy? Why aren't you covering your head while you're reading the scrolls? He didn't say any such thing. And I had to, and I addressed that they keep picking apart my clothing. So then he is like, she's doing a very nice thing, you know. I mean, I have this right here in my gold, because you could wear it in gold, black, red, white, each color representing something. And I could take this off, put it on. It gets a little cold. I put on my, put the shawl on. I look fashionable. Gets a little cold. I take it off. All right. I have my picture of Yaanun. Doesn't mean I have to wear it. Just keep it around you. Have it at, you know, we have our reasons why we have things. And people put a religiosity in it. All right. Which will actually turn people away. All right. Rather than if somebody explains. So if I have to wear my head, can you tell me why? I can't tell you why. You're just supposed to do what I say. All right. And I'm like, you know, I'm not, I kept saying I'm not Muslim. I kept saying that. All right. Now I'm not saying I'm the most fashionable. Yes. I see somebody. I'm muted. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So like, yeah, sometimes when you ask certain questions, we are told to join the community. So, and you're like, so is that the only way I can get an answer? And then, yeah, like I'm going through that process where I think since last year, I filled out all the forms and did whatever that they say we needed to do. And then I haven't really gotten anywhere or far. So, but luckily there are these different groups that I'm participating in. But I just wanted to go back to what you were saying, like you do ask questions and then I tell you, yeah, Zamal Tat, just join the community. Certain things can only be secreted through, you know, the community. And then I went online, filled in a form, and then you are still waiting, and then you have questions and no answers or no clarity. Yeah, so it's a very interesting space.
Right. Or you had to make those connections yourself. So for me, what I mean by making those connections yourself, first off, what can you define what community is? You know, who defines what the community is? Where is the community? Because according to Baabaa, we are Sabians worldwide. So if you're joining groups and you're asking things in your country, respectively, where you are. So for me, I'm not really into that. Now everybody has my number. Anybody who's close to, you know, doing anything. But I'm not going to be kissing anyone's butt. I made that very clear. And Bob also told me to be respected, but do not kiss anyone's butt. He wrote that to myself, exactly those words. So it's like respect those who respect you. And it's like, it's the same thing for me. Like if I know something and it's meant for everybody, it's not for me to determine who's a Sabian or who's not, because Baba said that's not for us. It's because as far as that's only Baba could determine that right now. All right. So I can't say, well, you're not a Sabian, so I can't tell you. All right. It's meant for the family. I don't, you know, this is meant for that, and our actions are going to determine that. And Baba said we're all mixed in. So just because somebody has access to a bookstore and they go on a weekly basis, or somebody may live in a place where it's not, sometimes people just don't know. Honestly, they don't know the answer. Instead of just telling you they don't know, they'll answer that way. They'll say, well, you need to join the community. And it's like for example, when I had a bookstore and I closed it, up until Baaba's writing privileges were disturbed, I stayed in communication with Baabaa, but I just didn't go to the bookstore. And then people kept telling me, come back home. And I'm like, come back where? Like, I never left, you know? So it's like, people are still very religious. It's like a Christian be like, oh, you're not a Christian anymore because I didn't see you at church, you know? And then what's happening in the church? Sometimes nothing's going on in the church, you know? So with that being stated, it's like for all of us, we have to take that responsibility of finding out for yourself, you know, not putting yourself at the mercy. Ask the questions, and if you're not satisfied with the answer, you have the right to go investigate elsewhere. Ask somebody else, you know. And because Baaba's not the kind of man to control or monopolize, all right, and we're Wu-Sabat worldwide. So if I know the answer to a question, all right, then it's just for me to share it, you know. If I don't know the answer, it's for me to say that too. You know, not a lot of us, we want to be all knowing, and we don't like to be put in a spot, and that's actually a way that people cop out instead of just saying they don't know. Honestly, I've seen that. They might really not know your question, so they say, well, if you had been around. I remember somebody had asked something about Baaba's freedom, and the brother had came around to actually, he went to the bookstore and he said, you know, can you tell me, you know, I came to find out what's going on with Malachi York's freedom. And I heard the person response, and it was very nasty response, I thought. And the person said to that person who asked, they actually showed up, they're coming to the community to find, this is what the person said. They didn't answer the question either. They said, well, have you been around? I said, no, you know, I haven't. That's why I'm coming to find out. Well, you should have been around, because if you were around, you'd be in the loop. And if you're not in the loop, that means you're not around. And I'm like, he doesn't know why that person wasn't there. And the person looked so hurt, and they was just like, oh, okay. And they just left. And so it's not even that, oh, that person was actually coming to ask a question, and, you know, he could have just answered the question, and he didn't. So that's why I'm against that whole cliques. You know, there's people I like, people I don't like. You know, like we all have likes and dislikes. But when we make it about a clique, you know, Baabaa said that's been a problem amongst us as well. So don't fall victim to it. And he had to also warn me in his letter to me. He said, don't let people tell me who to like, who to not like, who to talk to, who not to talk to. He said, you go and see for yourself. Use your intuition, which is so good, and make adjustments as there, you know. So let's continue reading. So 117, you and your alterations and deceptions, which you ascribe to myself, that I am the one who appointed, selected, chosen, delegated, designated, nominated, assigned, and authorized. You are a liar. I did not make you any such position. 118, the Kale Makwanat, Omniverse, appointed me when the time was right for my incarnation, June 26, 1945 AD, 1 second past 12 on midnight. 119, so I was named Kobina Tuesday and given many attributes over the Shamutat years to present each Madras school I was sent to convey. 120, who sent you? And what do you have that I have not already said? If you are indeed my successor, stop the lies. All right. I did hear somebody with my actual ears saying that Baaba's going to retire and she's going to take his place as the new chief. And she was moved so fast. All right. Because in the reality is that at the time there was a group of people that was supposed to come, and he said, clean up, clean house. All right. But she was keeping people hidden because she wanted to be the one chief. All right. So, and I know because I was on the feathers. I was one of the feathers. And that position is going so fast. All right. Because there was a lot of manipulation of the truth. All right. So who sent you, and what do you have that I have not already said? If you are my successor, stop the lies. 121. The only one who sent you is your own greed, lust, and ego. 122. How many Shakasu people have you preached to over the Shamutat years that in our old expired doctrine that you were right, and now you be Zazaz man or Zazaz Tatu, enough to say that you were wrong. So you pretend that we are still in the old outdated schools. All right. So many of us are egos because we had a lot of arrogance. We were known for being very arrogant. That's one thing that came with it. Because Baabaa just, beat up everybody as far as like the doctrine goes. Nobody could compete. So a lot of us, we liked going debating and telling people off and like, you're wrong. And we had the answers. And now it's time for us to say, actually, we were wrong too. And Baabaa says that a lot of us, that's why we're staying there, because we're not man or woman enough to say that, what, actuality, we were talking about Inky and Enlil and all that. We were actually in the Sumerian doctrine.
Already the division of those who was not understanding the Paa Taraq and couldn't in following the actual facts and seeing the doctrine seemed different, and were you even writing them? And I had done notes addressing the doctrine in them because no one was there to answer any of the questions. I was talking to the teachers that was when they was in Decatur. Nobody wanted to address these notes. So I'm like, okay, the doctrine's changing, but no one is explaining how and what's taking place. I said, this doesn't, when I read it, it doesn't read like the scrolls. I ain't saying he didn't write it, but I don't see I'm not following it. It's not clear.
Okay, and everything that my wife and them are putting out, they have handwritten copies of it from me.
Right.
That's why I make sure, because what people are forgetting is that I kept telling them the most important thing I ever said to y'all was, I can't give you what you want until what?
Until you learn to want what I have to give.
And y'all have been wanting a whole bunch of Bible and just like that guy. He wants to put a fez on with the 6-pointed star and crescent. All of that stuff that pertains to Abraham, Moses, and all of that has nothing to do with us as a culture.
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to rectify now and say, excuse me, but everything about the Elohim, the holy tablet with the last patch of the Abrahamic doctrine of the Chaldeans, and now it's time for me to take y'all into what I really came to teach y'all, and that's what they're teaching right now.
Okay.
So all that other stuff, a lot of people are out there. It's like a 10-step program, right?
Right.
And I started off way back here with Pure Sufi in 1970, and by the time I get to the 1980s and we move upstate as Hebrews, right? Then I said, okay, this is the last stage because we're back to Hebrew. We went through everything, Nubian, Islamic, Hebrew, Renaissance, now I stop drop all of that, and now I'm going to start teaching y'all the true doctrine, the doctrine of the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek that falls in the Bible.
Right.
But that's Melchizedek. It's still a biblical name.
Right.
As long as we keep using biblical names, we're staying under the covenant that Abraham made with reptilians. Most people just don't know about the true story about the reptilians, and that's what's being taught now. And with the kind of mind that you have, right? If you put your mind to that, you're going to really see it. A lot of people, they get lost because they're like, this is confused about. I said, of course it is, because y'all made me answer, spend 5 years talking about Jesus.
Right.
Then another 5 years talking about Muhammad. And then you want to go back and talk about Moses and the Torah, so I'm not trying to, so I said, listen, I translated that stuff. That's not what I was sent here to give y'all.
Right.
I was sent here to prepare y'all for what you're seeing right now on the History Channel. Is what I was teaching when I first got to the land.
Right.
About Inky and Enlil.
Yep,
and
I was there.
Nobody but me and Zachariah Sitchin was talking about that.
Yep.
At that time. And that's what I was sent. And I knew that Zachariah Sitchin as a Jew, right, was only going to be limited to say certain things. And I knew once the Kakasu got, or the Tabahu got clear of what I'm doing, they're going to lock me up.
Right.
I knew it was going to come. But I said, when they lock me up, they're only going to put me in a room and sit me down with a pencil and a pen, and that's going to slow my old butt up and make me put everything in black and white. So everything that you see coming up on the internet, once you get there and sit down, my wife will say, this is all, he's been writing all this stuff by hand. And that's why that guy, Senator Stephen, used to come to my cell and ask me all kind of questions, but he was just an officer, right? He would act like he was interested in doing, and then as soon as he became an SIS, it's his job to shut down the doctrine from going out.
Right.
Not knowing I had already finished all the doctrine, the actual facts, I finished so much stuff. I mean, there's you cannot believe there's boxes of thousands and thousands of sheets.
Right.
Every day I would sit down and write the Arabic, the Hebrew, the cuneiform, the Egyptian, and break down the hieroglyphics and send it home constantly. That's all I did.
Right. But did you ever get to see? Did you ever get to see it, the finished product?
The finished product of what I put out?
Yes.
Yes, that's why he got mad, because he said I would throw a manuscript, right? I would send it home. They would type it up, put everything, put the pictures and diary stuff in, like the 18 book and all that kind of stuff, and then send it back to me. Sometimes I would say, well, you made a mistake or so and so and so, but it's not. It's a translation or the Hebrew or something. Not that important because the doctrine is clear.
Right.
So yes, everything that's out was cycling through me.
Okay.
It would come back to me. I would proofread it and build on it and then send it back out. And I saw that, in case this is part of the thing, I saw at one point where they were getting confused with the Egyptians and the Sumerians.
Right.
I said they get confused. Every time I say that this is a person is equivalent to this person, they thought, oh, so you're saying that Amun-Ra is so-and-so. And I'm like, no, I said equivalent to. So I said, let me stop and go back and correct and get all the Anunnaki stuff straightened and then come back to the Egyptian stuff.
Right.
And that's what you see.
Okay. Because it does seem like folks still want to be under the needing a culture, needing something to attach to. And I was even telling when Malachi York was going around, promoting, getting the signatures and we're indigenous and was trying to make you head of state or whatever he was on. I had spoke to him then and said, if we're going to be indigenous and not fall under these, statues, then that's what we're going to have to represent in our minds and become free mentally and stop associating and attaching things, because as soon as somebody says something Bible, they automatically think of religion. Or so.
Anything that's Bible is religion.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. It's a book to believe in. So.
A religious book, yeah. And the Quran, the same thing.
Right.
What happened with Dacio was he was working on my family line through my mother and her husband David York's line for the Amasis. Right? He wasn't even familiar with. Most people were not familiar with my trip to Liberia and all that stuff.
Right.
All they know is that Pop disappeared from the land. I remember if you was coming to the land, you could, it was a period of time for like 2 or 3 years with people saying, Pop's ain't around no more.
Yeah.
And then other people doing Osiris and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then they said, oh, well, we heard he moved to Athens. Right. I bought a house in Athens, but I was going back and forth to Africa getting all the paperwork done. You follow? So when I got incarcerated, when I tried to get that officer my diplomatic card, he stuck it in his pocket and cursed me out, right? Shut down on Liberia until I could get all of the paperwork together, okay?
Right.
And then Dacio and them got together and said, we're going to go forward with the tribal stuff, but with that we can work on that. I said, well, anything, because when I stood up on June 30th in 2002, or 3, in court, and the judge agreed and put it on record.
Right.
And I agreed. Then when I came down from New York, as I explained, and the man up there said his heritage is not in question, we had a jurisdiction issue right there.
Right.
So what they did is made the judge who agreed with me recuse himself, put royals on, and then dropped dead doctor the state and supersede, right? And they never took into consideration the Vienna Convention because they didn't know I was going to throw it in their face until I filed a judicial notice. And then he tried to deny that. Then I had Liberia do amicus brief, and they tried to deny that, but it's already on record because a diplomat doesn't have to pay tax. So the diplomat doesn't have to pay any tax or get any civil suits. I can't be under a RICO.
Right.
You see? And how can I be under RICO by myself if Kathy was severed in the state?
Right.
So all these things I was letting build up. So but people, you gotta understand that the problem with our people is they've been programmed with religion. It's hard to make them say, you know, for me to say, you're not a Muslim, you're not a Christian, you're not a Jew, you're not a Rastafarian. All of that pertains to covenants that Abraham, a Chaldean of the Zoroastrian religion, made with their gods who were extraterrestrials. Anunnaki didn't have nothing to do with us. The Anunnaki didn't have anything to do with us. It's the Neteru.
Right.
But people want to stay religious. Black people love religion. They love to stay into this, believing in nothing, and Jesus is going to save them. They love all that. And it's hard to make them realize, you know, that, you know, you're talking about carnivores. These are carnivores you're talking about. And they're flesh-eating cannibals, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you try to tell them that, and they're like, no, they say, no, King of King and Lord of Lord doesn't mean King of King and Lord. It means kin of his kindred and masters of masters who are carnivores and people are their food.
Right.
And you sound crazy saying that until it comes on History Channel, and then these coppers who start saying it, then people say, oh, wow, they're saying that extraterrestrials might be using us for food. Hello? You know what I'm saying? And so that's the problem. You're going to tell people, get rid of the six-pointed star and all this, get rid of all these star stuff, because you don't know what the star represents.
Right.
We just say, you know, star, it goes back to Esther, and Esther's a bunch of stuff.
Right. See.
Put all that and get into what we are and who we are and what we can verify because of DNA. They got DNA from the mitochondrial DNA, proving that the original people were the Sans people from South Africa. Right? That's the people who talk with a click. The people who came from the water. That's our descendants. That's who we are from. But people want the Chaldean religion. They want the Jerusalem religion. They want to say, I'm Judah and I'm Ishmael and I'm this. But that's what y'all pushed down my thought. Okay. Now you say, well, didn't you teach us a long time ago that we were Ishmaelites of the tribe of Judah? Yes, because Abraham raped Hagar, who was an Egyptian.
Right.
You know, he raped one of us, and that's how they got into our seed. And she made sure her son married an Egyptian woman. But that's how the Ishmaelite and the tribe of Judah and all that gets in. But if you want to get back to who we really were and are, then that's not us. That's a mixture. That's how Nubians got born. Nubians are mixed seeds. You know?
Right, from the Nubans. Right.
Yeah, that's all that is.
Well,
So that's where the conflict comes in. I'm like, all I was trying to do is hold enough time and make like they would say, I'm quite sure Victoria heard that term, throw enough stuff on the wall and something sticks, right?
right.
I know that Liberia is real because I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I know that they was not going to be able to get around it, but I knew that if I would preempted it, that they were going to shut it down if I don't get the right support. So I didn't really fight with any American Western lawyers for Liberia because I know the law in Africa is totally different than here. Before I got my diplomatic test, I made sure I studied it, the protocols of Africa. And I said, okay, I need an African, I need somebody from my own tribe, the Bassa tribe, who's willing to go all the way. And that's why we're at this point. Because nobody else was able to do it. And the girl that was breaking her butt doing it is sick in the hospital. That's Iditra. And these people hated her. They won't let her come. They won't even let her come there to land here. And she never did nothing. It's just that they've been following that same slime bucket. And Elias was following this case all the time. You see?
Right.
And he said, you know what I was told on my way to the visit yesterday?
What's that?
The officer was taking me. He said, so I saw her here. You going home? See, I never told him nothing.
Right.
I didn't never say nothing about that. That is the first time I seen this case. I heard you going home. I said, yep. See, they already know it here. But they don't want to be abounded to it because they violated an international law.
Right.
We had a convention on diplomatic relations and some serious stuff.
Right.
Because there's precedents involved. Every diplomat's life is in danger if America thinks they can get cocky enough to just hold a diplomat.
Exactly.
And the first game, the State Department, you say, well, years ago when you approached the State Department, why did they pick you? You know why? Because they proposed that I was an honorary diplomat. An honorary diplomat does not have full immunity.
Right.
Now we have confirmed that I'm not an honorary diplomat. I'm a full diplomat, and we got all of it laid out, and that's why I said that. That's why I made sure y'all got that letter. If I was isolating y'all from my inner circle, I would have never said to make sure you get a copy of the letter.
Right.
I want to get a copy of the letter because one of the most important parts of the letter to me is the very last line, not the last line, but somewhere in the. I'm trying to find it in my.
You're not man or woman enough to say that. You know what? Actuality. You were talking about Inky and Enlil and all that. We were actually in the Sumerian doctrine. So that's why we want to stay back. Because we like being right. We like being better than others. All right. 123. Is this your pride being tested? Or your thawat's ego won't let you say, he gave me the answers to what I asked. And all I asked was what I believed. 124. As a Bible or Quranic believer, I don't know how to return to those I preach to and say, this is what he really came to teach us. Put your pride aside. 125. It is best for you if only you know what is best for you. 126. Everything that I told you will come to pass has happened. 127. I also told you back in Brooklyn that I had a vision of this Zamut's day and Wakut's time. 128. I put this Islamic world in a book. I did on the book of Revelations. 129. I told you and showed you the men in the news. I told you the Islamic Tapa world is being taken over by demons in human form. Did I not? 130. I told you it is time for us to move on out of Islamism, Moorishism, and or otherwise. Some of you can't let go. 131. That is your choice. So if we were still Ansarullah community dressed as we both, Ayashu females and Ashahu females dressed, what would have happened? What would be happening these days if we lived the life as Ansars? All right. So now notice, I'm going to use me as an example because I didn't come into school as Ansar. I came actually after. All right. And people who are still there, they're like, oh my gosh. One person's like, she's showing cleavage. Or whatever the case is. Or like, there's a lot of neck showing Noontet. Because at that time, the women were all covered up. Right? Their head, their eyes, whatever. And, you know, I'm sitting down with what's comfortable where I could breathe. I could think. I could process. And here Baabaa is talking about, imagine if you were dressed as the males and females. But when they were telling me how I should dress, they kept referring to how they used to dress. All right. At that time, and talking about they remember how the community was. All right. So 132. I also told you and over that I am not a holy man and don't believe I told you over and over that I'm not a holy man and don't live by those laws. 133. I am not a holy person. I am a Nabab Mudad master teacher, not grown out of religion of Bible and Quran. 134. I am an extraterrestrial, a Muzya Mutatalu. I made that clear in I Don't Claim to Be, as well as Man from Planet Riz. 135. I saved you from yourselves. I saved you from the Kakasu Salal, Caucasian race. 135. I became the fall guy, the offering for your perverted sexual ways and wicked hearts. 137. All one has to do is look at what you all are out there and what you are doing, how you are living your lives today. And it's plain to see you were always just a Negro pretending to be righteous. 138. You all slept around from mate to mates. 139. You all lied. You all cheated and you all stole, just as you all are doing right now. 140. I did not make you. What I met you, or I did not make you. What I met you as or watched you grow into, that was already in your Yakasat's genes from your 29 Nasabu relatives. All right. So Let me just take a pause right there. So a lot of people like to scapegoat the Nicole Lopez's and the Habiba Washingtons, and they're like, oh, that's who he's talking about. But clearly he's not just talking about them. He's talking about people that's still right here, because he talks and he starts to scroll by saying that people who are pretending and they're deceiving our own, pretending that they walk with him. That's how the whole scroll starts. And some people are, getting over on others, scamming and scheming, and that's still going on. Baabaa had to address Doctrine, so obviously that's still going on. So, a person comes in, and instead of just educating them, you sleeping with them. And by the time they find out, they just been passed around, and Baabaa said we need to stop doing that. All right. So, and then, there's a lot of people that they haven't accomplished anything with their lives. All right. And then they blame Baabaa. And it's like, just because you're a devoted Sabian, it doesn't mean that you can't accomplish something with your life. You can't be productive. All right. So these are all different forms of scapegoatism. All right. So 140, I did not make you. What I met you as or watched you go into, that was already in your Yakasat genes from your 29 Nasabu relatives. 141. You only needed me to put the blame on. So you offered me up a willing sacrifice I am. 142. All anyone has to do is look and see what you are doing for our people and what I am doing for our people, and see who the Dawal one, Wahu, evil one is. 143. You try to pretend you were abused sexually or mentally, yet there were no gates keeping you in, whether it was Brooklyn, upstate, or Georgia. 144. You lived the life you wanted, and you wanted to stay. 145. You tried and put your lust upon me. 143. You were also lustful in your abat hearts, and now look at you, still lustful. 147. It was you, not me, who did the sexual acts, and look how fast you run from mate to mate now in the Tapal world. With those you pretended were unclean heathens, even Mulbanu whites, yet now you have all kinds of janus, sex with them. All right. Some people, they're pretending that they agree with Baabaa. All right. But some of them went right back into the very things that they denounced. So that talks about what's already in their genetics. All right. So 148. Who do you think you're fooling? 149. The world sees you and the world sees me, and what we are both doing these days for our people. Okay. That's money. All right. Part 2. Pa Muksabu, Wu Pa Munshashu, the ones who lie and the ones who deceive. 150. You're back where you started from when I met you, or you came to me. 151. I taught you all you use today to get over in the world. Are you thankful? 152. No, you still slander and gossip on me when you know the sawab truth about your true self. 153. 3. The truth will soon be revealed. 154. You will be exposed just as you try to do with me. You do to me with books and washe slander, qasas gossip, helping the Euro Americans in hopes that I would die while in prison or go away forever, so your lies will not be exposed and the Tapal world will know who you really are, the sick pedophiles, molesters, and perverts. Note, Baabaa said when he's coming out, which he will be, he said that you're going to notice when he's coming out, a lot will be going in, all right? Because there are anybody who has took time to look into the case in the public domain, you know, different things that was happening, and you know, that there were criminals that were actually given pardons and different things like that if they were accused Malachi York, that their crimes would be protected by the government, all right, and such, all right. So Baabaa did say when he's coming out, you'll see those going in, and that's why there is a concentrated effort to keep Baabaa exactly where he is, because Baabaa said with his own words, and if anybody could unmute, you can back me up, that when we are chanting together, he says, half of you are chanting to keep me locked in here, half of you are chanting because you want me free. So there's some that benefit from him staying right where he is. Can somebody unmute and back me up if you know what I'm talking about?
I've heard that.
Right.
Yep.
All right. So 155. How can you live a lie as if it is truth just to get by while you know? 156. I don't hate you. 157. I only feel sorry for you because I know you know what you did and can only pretend you did the right thing for others while I know it was for you. It was really for you. 158. You protected yourself, fearing the truth. You would be exposed for all to see. 159. You all plotted and planned on me while you knew that Jake or Yaqub was a child molester, a pedophile, put out because he used to rape little boys in Brooklyn. 160. You knew this, yet, and still you worked with him to hurt me and others. 161. And he and you worked with Yarapu, Europeans, to hurt not just me, but the people on the Shaka land, and let them take the land and use sex as the excuse when you know better. 163. Think, if I decide to write a book about the ongoings from Brooklyn of 1970 AD on up to the Shaka, the land, and tell the whole truth, would you like that made public? 163. I know you will say I don't care, when you and I know you really do care. 164. Would you like your Modatat's mother or Modad father exposed for what they used to do? 168. I know you don't, and unlike you, no Laben Shakas white person can make me embarrass our race. 166. That would make me a slanderer and a gossiper. 167. Are you still righteous Muslims? Were you ever? 168. Many of you just wanted an excuse to return to the world of America and use what you learned from me to get over. This I know, and you know is the Sawab truth. 169. This you know, thanks to you, we as Nuwaupians are greater than before worldwide, and our doctrine perfected and will rebuild Nuwapia. 170. You can't stop Pops. All right. I'm just smiling because that's how he signed a few of my letters. He wrote, Papa stop him, or can't stop him. All right. And the reality is, like, for myself, this is generally true because I didn't know who Malachi was. I didn't know who Malachi York was before any of this scandal, all right? And me having to look into the scandal made me really grow a lot of respect for him, because when I looked into the scandal, I was like, what is he teaching? Then I looked into the teachings as well. And it's like, in reality, that's the case for a lot of people, it's still growing and spreading. All right. And there is a concentrated effort to keep that Baabaa isolated, to keep that from happening, because there's a lot of people that they come around, they're new and they get turned off, and then they can stifle the growth. So it's for us to, embody and to be and to live it, so it could be respected. It should be evident in the person that you see. All right. And in your life. All right. 171. Look at us now. Visit our websites. We are on the move like never before. 172. Put your pride aside and return home to your own as Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup before it is too late. 173. For these are the Zamutat's days of truth. As you see, all I taught you is before your Ayantwi eyes right now. 174. And you know is Sawab true. I am the Hakek, real deal. 175. You wanted me to be your religious savior. I am not that, and I never was that, and I told you that. 176. I am Pa Munkash, the savior. All right. Pa Munzar, the warner, all right. The healer, all right. Pa Muskar, the reminder, all right. The one who guides, all right. The center, all right. All right. So let's explain that. I'll use this as an example. All right. Baabaa says this is a protection. So I just put it on and arrogantly wear it. That's not going to do anything. All right. It's about getting to the facts of what this is. All right. So people want Baabaa to be their religious savior in their context of their religiosity. He says that's not him, but he is the savior. All right. By means of all right. All right. Setting the whole record straight. All right. Because the helping hand is at the end of your own arm. All right. So now you're empowered to save yourself. All right. So that's the savior. All right. And I'm thinking about, like, I had wrote Malachi, and I was just thanking him. And I said, I told him I feel like you saved me from my own ignorance, because he pointed out. So that is technically a savior. But I have to apply what I know, because just him saying and like, oh, he's my savior, so I'm just going to stand by him. And as long as I stand next to him, everything's going to be all right. And it's like you have a very religious, warped sense of what savior is. All right. So it's like he saved me from my own ignorance. So this way I could apply to my life a higher level of reasoning, and I won't go down that path that I was heading down before I came in contact with him. All right. So it's based on really me, and being grateful of, like, I'm so happy you told me that. All right. So I am Pa Mukash, the savior, all right. Pa Mundar, the warner, all right. The healer, all right. Pa Mundkar, the reminder, all right. The one who guides, all right. The center, all right. All right. So he's saying all right, because he says either you're all right or you're not right at all. And all of us have missing pieces. All right. Some of us more than others. Some of us have more of the piece, but either you're all right or you're not right at all. All right. 177, the reformer, all right. And more yet not in your religious sense. Not in your religious sense at all. All right. 178, I am and always have been the Fahiq Mukwan, supreme being. 179, none knows what I know, nor a fiction of what I know. I am the master teacher, Baabaa Yaanun, nor a fraction, Hasmuni. None knows what I know, nor a fraction of what I know. I am the master teacher, Baabaa Yaanun, sent to teach you what none before me could teach, or how I teach. All right. Because it's like I'm just thinking about how even for myself, I'm like, I kind of know it, but I'm having a hard time articulating that in my own mind. And it's like he gave words to things like, oh, this feels like a reminder. Like this artist, my artist friend right here, who his background is more of like Haitian. Voodoo. It's more voodoo. And there was a lot of things that he felt like Baabaa was able to put into words. And it was like a reminder. That's what it almost like what you said, Linky. You know, Linky, you said that your friend said the same thing. All right. So people are getting a chance to reform their stories. All right. So none know what I know, nor a fraction of what I know. I am the master teacher, Paa Yaanun, sent to teach you what none before me could teach or how I teach. 180. All I want to do is set the whole record straight. Thanks to you, all eyes are now beholding me. All right. And I'm just being honest with myself. Like, if this case didn't happen, maybe I would have heard of Malachi York, but maybe I wouldn't have paid as much attention. I'm thinking. Because like where I am, there's so much a saturation of so much information. Well, what makes him stand out was me having to like go through the whole case. And I had a deeper appreciation, even more so. And I'm like, you know, sometimes a negative can draw you in too. It's not just the positive. And so now you have multiple things, all right, that can make people attract and have to look into. All right. So all I want to do is set the whole record straight. Thanks to you, eyes are now beholding me. 181, ready or not, here I come. 182, you who are frauds, who pretend to be real, you insist on living a life of infidelity and the practice of promiscuity, while we Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup persist in guiding our Salau race of people to a life of fidelity and to live for, of, and by each other. All right? You know how many brothers and some sisters, all right, that they went around violating and breaking hearts and violating, you know, and it's like, and then they use Baabaa information to prop themselves up, all right, and you know, he referred to that as Doctrine. So people pretending when they're really practicing a life of promiscuity, really hurting our, you know, because there's no way you could hurt the women without hurting the future of our nation, all right. So that's why we're picking up the pieces from all the games that we have been played that had to play. I'm not saying that we're evil, you know, all of us. Sometimes it's just weakness that you're making yourself stronger, you know. So it's not necessarily a judgment. It's just an observation. All right. Some people played games just because they could. All right. And that's why Baabaa was quoted a lot saying, don't be weak. All right. Because if you're weak, you fall victim to certain things of perpetuating and also a victim of someone else. So don't be weak, because if you allow it, it probably will happen. All right. So 183, we plan for the future while you live day by day. 184, you instigate a life in the world of Laben Salau, white race, or Arabu, Arabs, who live only for, of, and by each other. 185, they are murderers and live a life of debauchery. 186, yet we Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup reiterate the necessity to live a life of compassion and tranquility. 187, the legacy you leave for your Karadu children is inadequate and ignorance, living in the image of the white race or the Hamir Salal, red race. All right. So the image of the beast is not just what you wear, it's also how you act. All right. What you do, the decisions you make. You know, there's so many ways to be in the image of the beast. The belief systems that you have, the prejudices you may have. All right. The way we treat each other. All right. The lack of care. That's all the image of the beast. All right. Also what you wear, what you eat, what you feed your children. All that could be the image of the beast. All right. So 188. Moreover, you clutch back unto the Tapa world of being niggers. The doctrine of other people's Salafu ancestors completely irrelevant to your own race. 189. When you pretend to be me, your grandiose dreams were and are overindulgence, seeking only for yourself sexual gratification, sensuality, and debauchery. You're the promiscuous and criminals. 190. For you, the Dayat, ultimate purpose in life is lust and luster. With that in mind, you will only regress speedily while you watch us Nuwaupians move forward with progress, as you become, in addition to the graves of thought, the graves for thoughts, pockets of poverty, vast fields of drugs, drunkenness, and disease. It was communicated that Baabaa, he recently expressed deep annoyance, right? Annoyance about when he just sees the state that our people are. And he was like, look at these people so unhealthy. And like, what are you guys eating? How are you living? All right. That was kind of recently been shared with me, that he expressed that. So it's like we're calling to raise the standards. All right, because a lot of us regressed back. All right, into the perversions. And it's playing out in our health, our mentality, our actions or lack thereof. All right. So 191, the burdens to bear for what you attempted to do to your own race of people in favor for Paa Ben Salah, the white race. 192, did you ever stop and think, if the white man had me in custody, he had what he called the problem, and I was not on the land, why did he still attack the Zazaz Tatu women and Karadu children on the Laka land? All right. So just go and you see all the agents on the land, and they took him supposedly for protecting to protect the children, and they already picked them up. So why did they have to still raid the land? All right. He says, think about that. 193. They already knew I was no longer the owner of the Saka land. So why? Because he also signed the land over and gave it over. He didn't even own the land anymore. He already gave it over. All right. So they already knew that. 194. To take the land in hopes to kill some Kamem, Karadu, black children, and Mudatatu, mothers. That was their plan, and you helped them with that plan. 195. And now, what do you have to show for it? 196. After Jake or Yaqub used you all, both sexually and mentally, he moved on back into his world and sent each of you on your way with nothing for how you helped him against me. All right. So, for example, they said they were going to sell the land. I'm talking about the government, and they were going to give it to the accusers, the quote unquote victims, as restitution. They didn't give the victims nothing, the quote unquote alleged victims. They didn't get nothing for it. All the promises that they said they would get, they didn't get nothing. They were offered book deals and become millionaires, and those people didn't get nothing. All right. So 197, he never cared about you. All right. 196, after Yaqub used you all both mentally and sexually, he moved on back into his world and sent each of you on your way with nothing to show for how you helped him against me. 197, he never cared about you. It was all personal. 198, you were used by him and by the Malbanu whites, him for me, and them to take the land owned by Mukmamu blacks. 199, what do you have now for your services to hope destroy the lives of so many? Not a thing except shame. 200, let the cursed seed of Adamu, Adamites, shut up, for they were behind the lies and deception of your talking, lasanats, tongues. 201, furthermore, let those who confirmed to their designs to be regretful for being deceived by the right race of devils by their treachery. All right. This reminds me again of what I was saying, how when I went to when I took the tour of the slave castles and how they made these mixed children do the bidding. They would educate them and pretty much brainwash them and make them do the bidding on behalf of the interests of their Caucasian invaders. All right. So now 200 is reminding me of that, because it's saying that let the cursed seed of the Adamites shut up, for they were behind the lies of deception of your talking lasanats, tongues. So they talked on behalf of the words that the Adamites gave them to talk against our own people. Gave them a script, all right, against their own people. All right. Because if we have a black person do it, it's not racism, it's justice. All right. 201. Furthermore, let those who confirm to their designs to be regretful for being deceived by the white race of devils by their treachery. 202. For in the end, we emerged as the best of people, while he was only a swift deceiver and only transformed you people into the manipulators for their own use. 203. I forgive you. Can you forgive yourself? 204. The Laben Salah white race of devils own the entire right to deception and double dealing. They are the craftiest of the humanoids. 205. Such atrocities are not characteristics of the black people, a noble and honorable race by our fatar natural nature. 206. Rather, such activities are the delusion of the diabolical and damned devils themselves. 207. From day one, 6,000 years ago, the seed of Adam with their unnatural grafted nature manufactured lies, then committed criminal activities, and stirred rebellion against our own Muscaro creators and Mubrayo makers against their own. Let me repeat that. From day one, 6,000 years ago, the seed of Adam and their unnatural grafted nature manufactured lies, then committed criminal activities and stirred rebellion against their own Muscaror creators and Mubrayor makers. Mubrayo makers. 208. There was never a time in their 6,000 years where evil was substituted for good. and hatred accepted as love, pillage as virtue, except the laws of the Bible and Quran. All right. So think about that. Their hatred is shown as love. Their pillage is shown as virtue. All right. Their good is substituted as hatred. Think about it. Because if God says, I'm going to elevate you and you're going to have dominion of all others and you have the right to go subdue the planets, all right, it's really hate that is really being disguised as love, all right? Because without hate, where would be the love? Where would be the identity, all right? And pillage as virtue. I promise you, you're my chosen people, so I promise you a chosen land already inhabited by others, all right? And that's virtuous because you're going to be victorious because you're my people, all right? So everything that they do that's pictured as heroic is really criminality. Right? 209. If you stay in their tapal world and immersed in the gloom of ignorance and infidelity, will you ever find the true way to your own way of life? Wu-nuwaup. 210. Woe unto you who accepted deception by rejecting your own precepts as African people and race by waging war against wu-nuwaup and Paa Yaanun, myself. 211. You would have to be such mean evildoers who cannot leave any evil undone, and their wicked deeds are loathsome. 212. Is that really you? Stop and think about it. All right. If after I read Man of Many Faces, and I read about that advertisement that Jacob York had put out, where the NBA actually sued Jacob York, and that's how he actually lost Entertainment. Entertainment Records was Jacob York's recording company, and the reason why they lost it was because he took the NBA symbol for the Cameron, because Cameron, he was a rapper at that time, and he was originally signed with Jacob York. And at the cover of his album, he had Cameron kind of positioned just like the NBA symbol, but instead of having a basketball, he had a gun. And that advertisement was put right in front of a school to promote the album. And then the NBA, they sued Jacob, number one, for copying their trade. So it was copyright, but they were also very disturbed by what he wanted to use their ad for. And he said that he apologized. He wrote an apology to the NBA. He says, my apologies. But I'm like, his apology was even decrepit. I just wanted to make something that would appeal to the children. He actually said that. And I actually looked on the internet to see the case. And I'm like, wow, he actually really did say that. All right. So is that really you? Stop and think about it. 213. Specters descend and enter every kadabor, liar, and mashashur, deceiver. 214. They make them impostors and lie. All right, so we're talking about walk-ins. All right, so they make them impostors and lie. 215. Subsequently, these walking specters brought vileness into the lives of those who welcomed them. Are you one of them possessed? That's where our protections come, because that's why I say constantly, I'm not the, I'm not going to say I'm the smartest or anything, most talented or anything, most knowing, but my protection comes from my integrity. I do the best that I can with what I have. All right. So your integrity really protects you because you could sleep with a clear conscience. And a clear conscience closes those gateways because I could always be corrected along the way. And my integrity allows me to. So nobody can come in here and intimidate me to do what I don't know to be right. All right. So if I'm wrong, you could correct me, but I have to know that to be right. And then you explain the way that delusion. I'm like, you know what? You were actually right. Thank you so much. But my integrity keeps me from protecting myself from those walk-ins. Not to say I'm not susceptible, like we all are. But your integrity can do a lot to protect you because keeping your conscience high. All right. So when you're already lying and stealing and doing all that, you can make yourself a conduit. And when you know what some of these people were doing, they were living these private lives. So put them on the right vibration for more specters to come into them where they can actually become these vehicles for evil. All right. So that's why we always say, protect us, protect me, protect us, protect me. Because I'm not above falling and my consonants dropping, if I'm not mindful and of human nature. All right. So it's like, sometimes I might have selfish thoughts, but and whatever the case is, but I'm like, you keep everything aligned and you remember the whole, and you can keep yourself from being a victim to that. All right. So like somebody thought they had something on me, they was gonna embarrass me. I'm like, you really can't embarrass me because I'm a sister on a journey. All right. So now I could keep my conscience clear. Even if I fall short, my conscience is still clear. Because in falling short, I still fell short in my integrity. All right. I'm learning. That's a big protection. Okay. All right. So 216, before you say no. Okay, let's go back to that question. Subsequently, these walking specters brought violence into the lives of those who welcome them in. Are you one of the possessed? 216, before you say no, think of how you were used by evil forces to hurt so many others than myself. All right. 217, how you were used to shut down the first all-black owned amusement park and home Tamaray. All right. So he's talking about a past event. Can it still happen now? Yes. Is it still happening now? Yes. Can your consonants fall at any time? Yes. When you look out for yourself. Yes. All right. So were you used to shut down the first all-black owned amusement park and home Tamaray? Think back on the good times and all those who came there for spiritual upliftment. You saw the family, fun, masak music, and doctrine. 219. Think back, not about yourself, yet all the others who visited our holy land. 220. Then think, I was used by evil forces against my own race and place. 221. This I, Baabaa Yaanun, will assure you will rise again bigger and better, and you are still welcome to return as Nuwaupians of wu-nuwaup. 222. We are a Yasar family, a Shabbat tribe, a Takwam nation, and you by fatal natural nature are and always will be part of us. 223. And if you are under the spell of religions of the Bible and or the Quran, all you have to do is look at the world, their world today, as it self-destructs, fighting and killing each other, over what? Akkadat's beliefs. And most don't even know because of faith. Most don't even know because of faith. And that investigation that in 1845 to 1847 AD, thousands of stone tablets were found in Mesopotamia in the cuneiform script, translated and exposed the true stories now found in the Bible and the Quran. 225, yet they make it clear that the Bible and Quran does not tell the real stories or give the Sadek Rananats true names of the people they mention, such as Adam was Adapa, Eve was Titi, Cain was Cain, Abel was Abael. Both had twin sisters. Cain's twin was Awan or Lubuda, and Abael's twin was Aklima. Seth was Sati. Enoch was Enkim. Noah was Zerishtra. Terah was Terhu. Enos was Enshi. Muthsela was Mutashal. Oh, Noah was also Utnapishtim and Zerishtra. All right. Abraham was Ibrahim. And their Hamatat wives are listed, and the stories of them not the same as nowadays Bible and Quran. All right. So the stories, that's where the story is from, but not quite the same. All right. 226. Also, many other scrolls were found in 1945 to 1947 AD, called the Gnostic Gospels, and the Qumran Scrolls, or Dead Sea Scrolls, which include many newly undiscovered scrolls, such as the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilee, and many others which tell stories of angels being aliens who came to earth, raped Enocite daughters, who were cannibals, wicked and evil, the offspring that became Adamites, generation up to today. 227, the Gnostic Gospels tell the story of Jesus and his wife Mary of Magdalene, and Karadu children, and how Judas did not betray Jesus, and so much more that is not the same in the Safahat books you read today, such as one, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quranic Testament, and the Book of Mormons. You have been Kaduba, lied to, and now refuse to investigate because of blind belief and faith. All right. You don't have to be a blind follower of Baba, because why? Because one of Baba's titles is called Patah. You have the Miptah, and he's bringing you the scroll of eyes. All right. Blind faith is not necessary. You don't believe me? Check it out. All right. Because in checking it out, if you can accept the facts, all right, that's the kind of person that you want on your team anyway. So now you know the scroll of eyes and why Baba says Patah, all right, and why he says Miptah, and he calls us the Tahites, all right, to become Muptas, the ones who are open. So we're going back to our Tahite, all right. So investigate, all right. 228, and they keep from you the fact that the Christian sect was founded in Syria, Antioch. Acts chapter 11, verse 26. And they keep from you a book recorded in Turkey that tells how Jesus was not crucified. 229, that he shapeshift into a form of a gardener, and another took his place on the cross. 230, this book is kept from you. It is the book of Barnabas, All you have to do is research. In Acts chapter 11, verse 26, it reads, "And he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch." End of quotes. That's the King James Version. All right. 231. Why are there more books in the Catholic version of the Bible than your King James Version? All right. So the Catholic Bible, I think, has 74 books or 72, one of those two numbers. And the King James Version has 66 books. All right. 232. Why are some chapters left out of the Quran yet are mentioned in their al-Hadith by Muhammad's own wife Aisha, who had been lost or destroyed by a donkey eating them? 233. These are actual facts you can look up to prove to yourself. All right. So I love that he said that. He said, look up these actual facts to prove to who? Yourself. All right. The confirmations are for you. A lot of us have so much to prove to others, and that's what leads to the ego and that self-righteousness. All right. Go confirm the facts to yourself. All right. So 234. Where are the lost pages of these persons called Sahifa pages? These are mentioned yet lost. You have the Sufa of Adam equals 10. Sufa of Seth equals 50. Sufa of Enoch equals 30. Sufa of Abraham equals 20. All right. Talking about the pages. So 20 pages, 50 pages, etc. Where are they? What did they contain? Not Abraham's, because it is mentioned in Quran, chapter 87, verse 19. And not Moses. It is also mentioned as a sahuf, not lawa, stone. I think I said sufa. I meant to say sahuf. All right. Sahuf, all right, which is a page and not a lawa, stone. All right. 235. So where is Moses's sahuf? And how many were there? Because it's not 5 books of Moses, which the Bible says was given on stone tablets, not pages or leaves. All right. So it's supposed to be on tablets, according to what they say, right? So where is it? All right. So 236. They don't have a clue. They live by thakak, faith, not hakakat's facts. And have you as a believer living by beliefs, not confirmations, as I sent to show you the way, teach you to investigate. All right. So my question to you is now, if somebody told you something that you have no information on, and they said, well, this is what Baabaa said. All right. Or this is based on whatever the case is. And you just parrot it, and you don't know how the brain works or whatever the case is that you're speaking on. By definition, based on this, and I like somebody to unmute and answer. By definition, would that be a belief or a fact?
A belief.
Correct. That would be a belief. Because a belief is something, it's a belief. It doesn't matter if it's factual or not. Until you confirm it, that's a belief to you. So don't mistake what somebody else knows for what you believe. You take time to know it yourself. That's where your power comes from. And that's where your connection to, let's say, Baabaa comes from. All right. Because some people, like I've made a connection with Baabaa. And then you have some people that thought, like, can you put a good word in for me? Let me stand close to you. And I'm like, that's not how it works. You know, make your own connection to the facts. Make your own connection to who this person is. All right. And you go in and you investigate, because you can only believe what I know. All right. Until you take time to know for yourself. So all you're going to do is give your divinity over to someone else. All right. Including me. You can give your divinity over to me. And people do it all the time. I don't ask them to. Because some people, as Bible says, some people by their very nature are followers. And they're always going to follow something. All right. But it's supposed to spark that divinity in you, because once you own that fact, all right, once you know it for yourself, now it's a fact that you know. All right. So listen to the next line that Bob says. 237. Did I not say, don't believe me? Check it out. All right. So now when I ask somebody, I'm like, wait a minute, that what you're saying, I'm not really following what you're saying. Can you explain to me? The person came down with a hammer and saying, you better listen, because Bible said this. And I'm like, but it's not measuring out in my mind. Can you explain it? And I was like, you don't like being questioned, because they say you don't. I'm gonna tell. That's what the person threatened. So now they're using fear now to conform me, not facts. Explain it away. I'm gonna tell Baabaa. So you better do this, or else I'm gonna tell Baabaa. That's really what happened. And then I was just like, all right. So let me help you out. So then I actually blocked them. I'm like, focus on what you do. The next thing you know, Bob was like, good job, you know? And it's beside the point if they're right or wrong. When you check somebody, there's a way to check them with dignity. And let's say somebody was sent to check me. That's not how you check me. All right. You let me ask you questions and vet it out. And now I could conform myself. I'm not just going to do it because I'm scared. All right. I'm going to do it because, oh, thank you so much. That made a lot of sense. So we may have to check ourselves and check each other. And that's how you do it with dignity. And beware people who don't like to be questioned. All right. So didn't I say, don't believe me, check it out? People are like, who does she think she is? That's what people thought that they would say about me. Who does she think she is? All right. Actually, nobody. Somebody and nobody, you know. That's really what I think. All right. So 238. Have not all I taught you over the years come true? All you have to do is watch the History Channel. 239. They only repeat today what I taught as far back as 1970 AD. Maybe now, if the white race says it, you will accept what I taught you Shamutats years ago. Just maybe. 240. How long will you remain under the Hajj Shalel Lawa Tananu? That's the spell of Leviathan, of Kingu. 241. The hypnotic spell of self and kind rejection. And white race, red race, takbal acceptance. 242. How long will you remain a mental and physical slave to others and their belief system? 243. Remember, everything they teach you from the Bible and Quran was started with the first books of Moses and the Torah, not before. That is the basis of 1, Judaism, 2, Christianism, 3, Islamism. 244. And many and all subgroups created from these 3 sects. And that was only 4,000 years ago, or 2000 BC. 245. That is all because their race did not exist before 4000 BC. By their own Sajalat's records, that is only 6,000 years ago, no longer. 246. The Adamu Salah, Adamite race, was made by the making of Adam in Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 29, according to the Jews, the exact year, 3761 BC. That is their own date of Adam's creation. 247. So, Mujwawu Jews, Muksasu Christians, and Muslamu Muslims all agree on Adam being the very first man in their books. 248. Yet facts have now proven that Hamanu, humans, lived in Africa millions of years ago. 249. The Bible even goes as far back as to list each person from Adam called the Son of God to Joseph, father of Jesus. Luke chapter 3, verses 23 to 38, name by name, and Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 through 32, gives you some of their ages at death. 250. So they can't change that now, that bones are uncovered to show and prove Africans in Africa existed for millions of years before the Adamite race of people. 251. And Renan name they give in Hebrew and Arabic for their first man on Adam, a word that means ruddy, reddish, flush, rosy, fair, spotted. 252. That is what their Bible, Hebrew, and Chaldees dictionary called the exhaustive coordinates list as Hebrew Strong's number 119 to 132. Don't believe me? Check it out. All right, let's start there for a minute. One observation that I made, because the Bible often stops time to time and just to say, don't believe me, check it out. Because Bible constantly always tells us, I'm not a preacher, I'm a teacher. All right. And when you're actively learning, you're investigating, you're going out, you're being inquisitive. All right. When you're used to being preached to, you're just going to sit down and say, oh, what next did he say? All right. Let me take my pen to just write down verbatim. I'm going to sit down and wait to see what next he's going to say. All right. Rather than taking a responsibility to going out and investigating, actively learning. And he's so disappointed that he said, even after all this, you don't ask the right questions. Now, there's some people that's coming around and they're asking the right questions. All right. And now you're actively learning, because he says he gauges where we are based on the type of questions we ask. All right. Which pretty much that's what teachers do when you really think about it. All right. When you're in school, the teacher's teaching a lesson and they see the progress and they can see, okay, what kind of questions that they're asking, or are they even asking questions? All right. So it's a good sign when they start asking questions, because you have to be somewhat educated about a topic to ask a good question about a topic. All right. So it means you're participating in your own learning. All right. So don't believe me, check it out. All right. 253. And if you don't understand something, don't pretend to understand something. You can't accept the fact that, if you can't accept the fact, ask it to be explained to you. That doesn't make sense to me. It's not sitting right with me. I need to look into that more. That's great. Look into it. And, a lot of people, they secretly don't agree with a lot of things that Malachi York says. And it comes out passive aggressively. Rather than just saying that doesn't make sense to me, then he could, if you're a little bit more authentic, he could take time to break something down. Like, listen, I don't agree with that. Why don't you agree with that? Because of this. Oh, okay. All right. And that has happened. All right. In life, many times, right? Oh, I can't grasp that. But so many people, they want to be the one. All right. And they want to act like they understand. There's a lot of things that I didn't necessarily understand the first time over. I had to look it over many times. And then I was like, oh, okay. Or it played out this way in my mind. And then I cleaned up. I'm like, okay, I was missing that piece. So now it makes sense. And I'm like, that's how it is for learning a lot of things. All right. So don't believe me, check it out. All right. That's where the real reformation is coming. The real reformation, because you're reforming a distortion. All right. So where those distortions are, you're better off. Again, that goes back to the word integrity. Have that integrity to be like, that doesn't make sense to me. That takes integrity to do that too. Because now you can actually go and be like, you know what? This is a new concept. This concept I already know. That's already a confirmation. Exactly. Sometimes you don't always have that moment. Sometimes it's like, oh, wait a minute. And then you go look into it. It's like, okay, that's why he said that. All right. So integrity is a good word, a good thing to have. All right. So 253. This is the pale race, the fair-skinned race, the white race, Caucasoids, Yarapu, Europeans, only 6,000 years old. 254. Not the dark race, dark-skinned hue, the Kamem Salau, black race, Nagaru, Negroids of Africa, nor 255, nor the Astraru, that's the Aborigines or the Javaru, Indians, and the Magalu Asians, who all found bones that predates 6,000 years, who now know they were originally from Africa. All right. Generally speaking, all right, there was Asians that found that they thought they were different. I think they were Chinese scientists. And they were doing an investigation because they thought that, they said, okay, they could see how everybody come back to, but they thought they were so unique because they're like, well, we're the only ones with hollow hair. There was unique features that they felt that they only had. So they were doing a study to prove that out of Africa doesn't apply to them. And then by doing a study, they ended up finding a common link that took them right back to Africa. All right. So then they found out that they originally were from Africa too. All right. So the Australu, that's the Aborigines, Javaru, Indians, Mugalu, Asians, who all found bones that predate 6,000 years ago, and who now know they were originally from Africa. 256. All lived in Hatat, bliss, peace, with respect of each other before the white race was made, who, as their own Bible says in Genesis chapter 4, verses 8, were killers. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, were haters with enmity, taught to them by their own makers. 257. Their own Bible says this about the Adamites race, who were made 6,000 years ago, then raped by their own God's sons in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 5. 258. And the results of their very unnatural nature is pointed out in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5. And God saw that the wickedness of man, Adamites, was great in the earth, and that every imagination of thought in his heart was only evil continually. 259. There it is, the nature of the ruddy race. The fair-skinned people made only 6,000 years ago their beginning. Right? So now remember, throughout the whole planet, they went and mixed in with all others. Right? Mixing and introducing their nature and disease into all others. All right. 260. And what did their own God Jesus say to us about them in the beginning? In John chapter 8, verses 44, it says, you are of your God the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He, the devil, was a murderer, a killer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. All right. So now, question, I want to stop and say, okay, why do we quote the Bible and the Quran so much? When, world over, many people don't relate to the Bible or Quran so much. But in actuality, we're going back to the origins of what has empowered even if we don't, somebody says, okay, well, I have my African systems and I'm not dependent on the Bible. In actuality, I'm asking my African brothers and sisters on this call, do we have a prejudice to kind of value Caucasian more than African at times? So, like, for example, if somebody speaks English, are they seen as more educated? Is that considered a better language? You know, and that's been my experience. So I would like for somebody to unmute and to honestly give their answer. Someone on the African continent who would like to answer that question that I posed.
Rahuban Moshar,
Rahubat,
are you getting me?
if you don't mind just speaking a little bit loud, just because you're a little bit low.
Okay. Could you repeat the question, please?
So my question is, that do we find as Africans at time that we may have a higher respect for Europeans sometimes, so their languages are considered more intelligent? Do we sometimes treat it as such?
Yeah, for me personally, I think it has taken all the, like I'll say, maybe the sovereignty of maybe thinking that we people have here. And
I'm sorry, Zamal. I really want to hear you, but you sound so low.
Okay, let me give me a second, please.
Let me see. Maybe
Hello?
it's mine. Let me see if I can put
Hello?
that volume. That's better. That's better.
Hello?
That's much better. Much better.
Okay.
Yes, please talk like that.
Okay, I was saying it has taken the sovereignty of thinking of many people here like that. Like I feel like they don't want to think for themselves, and they think they already have all the answers, and when you really think about it, they don't. But it's like a patchwork of ignorance that they don't want to mend together, and they just stay in that ignorance and knowing what they know, and what it replaces it with like feeling like white people are better than us on all the point and all the views, and the best thing they can do is to look like them. And I think that's what I have on my mind.
Right. I mean, and that's been my experience, traveling. I'm not saying every single one of us, but that spell of that religion, that's a form of religion, and to see how it's playing out. So even though we think that we don't subscribe to their religions, we're subscribing to that image, but actually their religion made them God. And it's really affecting us in multiple dimensions that we don't even realize because it's so normalized. So a lot of times we have to explain away a spell that we don't even realize that's been perpetuated on us. All right. Because I see these Caucasian statues as religious figures in every Black nation that I went to. All right. All over. All right. So I was just thinking that to mention as to why, because this is the counterfeit person that we're looking up to. All right. And we're leaving our actual facts and powers to chase an illusion. All right. So we're seeing that the illusion has to be explained away in all of its dimensions. And a lot of us have been influenced subconsciously, all right, that God is white, all right. Those are our heroes, all right. We look to them like, can you come here to our country and can you solve our problems for us, when they're actually the cause of the problem. And it's like, that's an insanity we have to kind of like get ourselves out of. And I was just pointing that out to show how all the dimensions that we've been attacked. All right. So I want to repeat that. John chapter 8, verses 44. It says, you are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He, the devil, was a murderer, a killer from the beginning, and abode not in truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. All right. 261. Now, who was Jesus speaking about at the time 2,000 years ago? 262. His own race of people, the Adamites. That is who? 263. Don't believe me, check it out for yourself. 264. Jesus knew he was of the race of the children of the devil. 265. Their God was Paa Taraq, the devil, as you read in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 17, which reads, they sacrificed unto devils, not to God, to gods whom they knew not, to new lords that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. And also Leviticus chapter 17, verse 7 reads, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. All right, generations, the genetics. All right, which is passed on through the generations. All right, so the Jews, the Israelites, Hebrews made offerings to devils right in the Bible. 266. They even offer their own Karadu children to their God to be eaten. Psalms chapter 106, verses 37 to 38 reads, ye, they sacrifice their sons and their daughters unto devils, and shed innocent blood, even blood of their sons and their daughters, whom they sacrifice unto the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. 267. I, Baabaa Yaanun, am not calling the Laben Salah white race of Adam's devils. Their own Bible says this. 268. Their own God with us, Jesus, the Christ, Isa al-Masih, says this of his own race, that would not be from him back to Adam. In Luke chapter 3, verses 23 through 38, name by name. 269. And this will include Arabs and their Quran, taken from the Bible, the Quran, chapter 2, verses 130 to 136, and Quran, chapter 3, verses 33, the same bloodline, the Adamites. All right, so I'm thinking about the colonizers. They purposely would infect the people with their own bloodline too. All right, so the children could do their own bidding through that same bloodline. And that's why you see in the United States, often you'll notice that the presidents are all of the same bloodline, including Barack Obama. All right, 270. The worst thing the white race ever did in the past years, from 1600 plus 400 to equal 2000. That is the West African slave trade from Ghana, my birthplace, east of America of the West. And then in 2002, to arrest me and lock me down with only pen and paper, was their worst move to date. All right. Because all he had with him was his pen and paper. All right. So 272. For all I had was Wakut's time on my Yadadats hands to expose them for who and what they really are, from their DNA to their negative blood types, to their disease of barasi, leprosy, and being the Karadu children of the devil of the Bible and Quran. Their own story, his story, not our story. All right. So the thing is, it's very wise to study and educate yourself from what you're ummingling yourself from. All right. Because many of us now carry some of the barasi, leprosy. All right. In our genes, we picked it up. Some of us have the negative blood types. Some of us have certain tendencies. All right. And certain thoughts. And now you'll be able to explain it away to yourself so you can unwrap yourself. All right. You could reform yourself. All right, because this nature has infected our people worldwide. All right. So 273, Jesus, their God, with them, said, "You will know the truth, and the truth will make you free." 274, well, wu-nuwaup is the truth, and if you accept it, study it, live it, speak it, you will be free forevermore. 275, break the spell of ignorance and the hypnotic spell of amnesia of who you really are, not what you accept or believe you are. 276, the original people, children of good deities, supreme beings. 277, the first world people, the Melanite children, the Tahites. 278, you must include these. Wu-nuwaup, that's the way of life, culture. Nuwaupu'i, that's Nuwaupic, the language, and Nuwaupu, Nuwaupians, that's the people. All right. So the key is the culture, the language, and the people. 279, using your Nuwaupi, Renanats, Nuwaupic names, setting up your land, Nuwapia, living your culture, wu-nuwaup, then and only then will you be kafush free and truly free from Adamites and their spell cast upon you. All right. So indirectly, whether that spell is directly or indirectly, it's affecting us in all facets of our life. All right. Because anytime we're living in ignorance of any kind, you know that there has been interference. All right. So now it's time for us to reestablish ourselves as sound right beings. All right. And it's a work in progress everywhere. All right. And it's a beautiful time for Africa. I'm so proud of I can't remember everyone's names, but the president of Burkina Faso, you have a lot of us that spirit is being re-embodied. All right. And we're ready to build ourselves up. We're ready to heal. We're ready to embody our potential. And after this, I'm going to share some things I've been looking at. I was watching this interesting show about the state of America and how others are turning away from America, and they're going to start doing things amongst themselves. And we're actually already seeing that. And I'm so proud. I'm very grateful of Africans to be connected to Africa and to be an African. I really feel like this is a great time to be us. All right. Because the truth is in our favor, and the truth is being exposed now. 280. Know that the separate lands of Africa and America were once one land before the continental drift and their separation, and you dwelt there in this green zone or nupu. 281. And beyond Arabia began the red zone or Zupu, where you did not dwell and not even allowed to visit. 282. For beasts and humans dwelt in Zupu, carnivores, cannibalistic Kamayu aliens, and was kept separated by a great wall of Nashat's energy from the Gulf of the Arabian Sea towards the Turkey of Spain across the Mediterranean Sea, out from between Spain, upward across the North Atlantic Ocean, into the Hudson, straight over the Hudson Bay westward, over the Seaford Sea. I mean, the Beaufort Sea, I meant to say. Downward to the North Pacific Ocean, downward to the South Pacific Ocean, to the east from Iraq to China was the red zone, or Zupu. 283. From Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Arabia, Africa, Canada, America, Mexico, and South America was the green zone, or Nupu, the zone of only herbivores, animals, and humans. Yet both sides had dinosaurs. 284. In the red zone, carnivorous dinosaurs, and in the green zone was herbivore dinosaurs. All right? Africans originally were herbivores. Indians were originally herbivores. Aborigines were originally omnivores. Asians, omnivores. Arabs, omnivores. And Caucasians, carnivores. 285. The force field, the Great War shield was broken, and the carnivores invaded from Zupu into Nupu, killing and eating. 286. So the dinosaurs had to be wiped out, and the Kamayu aliens departed Taha Earth for a while, and Earth was quarantined for 6,000 years, or 24,000. All right. So just to let you know, we went through many cycles of reformation, destructions, and reconstructions. So this is one of them that Bob is talking about. All right. So that was one of the 6,000 year cycles. All right. So we just ended another 6,000 year cycle. So you know something is being destroyed to make way for another cycle to come in, just like the dinosaur cycle. 287. This was all done by sending a 600-mile meteorite to crash down in the Yucatan. 288. Each group of Muzyad Mutatalu extraterrestrials protected their own creations of humanoids. 289. In the green zone, the Nataru overseers informed the Musnanu Sands people to go beneath the surface into the caves in South Africa to be saved, and it was so. 290. The same was done for the Nordic by the Mushharor creators in the north or in the red zone, and it was so. 291. The humanoids of the green zone had positive bloods. 292. The humanoids of the red zone had negative blood types and was never to mix. All right. So now let's go back to a update. Trump has been tasked with building the temple to Nanar. All right. We have been tasked to build the temple of Yaanun. All right. And now look what was happening there. They each had their own contacts for their own purposes. All right. So Nanataru was dealing with the Sands people. And then you had on the Nordics, all right, which was being dealt with their own. All right. So now we see a similar thing happening. All right. Now, if you're in the wrong zone, you might just become someone else's food. All right. So 291. The humanoids of the green zone had positive blood types. The humanoids of the red zone had negative blood types and was never to mix. 293. This was violated by the ape-man Cro-Magnon, who had Rh negative blood types, as they came down out of the caves of Europe, into the green zone, raped and mixed with those of positive blood types as you see today. 294. This is right knowledge, the right wisdom, the right understanding, which is right overstanding you, right overstanding, giving you sound right reasoning. 295. This is wu-nuwaup. All right. So he just explained it. All right. So you're reasoning it out, explaining away what happened, what led to this, what led to that. All right. It's balancing out. All right. And then also, hopefully you take your time to go look into, you look into this as well, if you don't know about those, that. All right. So 296, these teachings were spoken of by all those before myself in the West, eastward from Afafre-Ka, Africa. 297, each leader before myself told you to expect me with whole new teachings. 298, your savior as Africans can save you with others' teachings, such as the Bible, Quran teachings of the Caucasoid Arabs, not Africans. All right. So Baabaa is saying that your African savior cannot save you with Caucasian teachings. All right. 299, only your own teachings can save you. 300, unlike others' teachings, you're not Yarapu, Europeans. You're not Arabu, Arab. You're not Middle Eastern. You're African of Africa. Uh, 301, you can only be saved by your own savior, an African with your own teachings. wu-nuwaup. 302. Your own salvation is with myself. 303, don't reject me and what I have been given to give for your redemption. 304, wake up everybody. No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. Time for thinking ahead. Note the past teachings of Bible and Quran, that old time religion. All right. So note that song which Baabaa actually wrote. He's the writer of that song. He said that song was really about giving back the teachings of the Bible and the Quran. All right. So we'll share that song. If somebody wants to search YouTube now, you can post it. Wake up everybody. All right. No more sleeping in bed. Note the past teachings of the Bible and Quran, that old time religion. 305. It is now time for bringing about new forward thinking. wu-nuwaup. 306. As Nuwaupians singing a new song, Nuwaupic, a name that none knows the meaning, save myself. Truth is truth, facts are facts, without beginning, without ending. And that concludes our scroll. All right. So notice that there's no, I can't give you what you want to, you can learn to want what I have to give. Now it's just a final, this is a statement. Truth is truth. Facts are facts. Accept it or reject it. Look it up. Confirm it for yourself. All right. Get to the facts. Don't believe me. Check it out. All right. That's your salvation. Because guess what? As Africans, the facts are in your favor. All right. Facts are in our favor. So, would anybody has anything to say about the scroll? Anything they like to, that it gets them thinking, or that they like to share? Any type of wisdom you like to share? Anything? Feel free.
Right, babe, Mr. R. I just wanted to say that earlier Zamotet Linky was saying that she doesn't hear a lot from the feminine, and I can attest for myself that I know we all have our own personal journey The master teacher came into our lives at a specific point for all of us. But, and that's another word I'm working to get out of my usage. But I'm just really am doing major cleaning in my life to know that this is where I belong, and I'm going to try my best to give what I can and do what I can, because we are family, even though we're coming from different, let's say, different groups or fractions or splinter groups. A lot of us are feeling a lot of our souls being pulled back. And if we're trying to get our soul together, we do have to give these things back so we can just be one. So, again, I do appreciate the reads and everything, and just hope, we can see the day when our Savior is walking physically out of the belly of the beast. So, again, I do appreciate your time for reading the scrolls and setting an example for us feminine out here that are really trying to make these changes. So, thank you again.
I should be some that, and you sparked a lot of thoughts when what you said, because I remember Baabaa said that women, we're internal beings. Men are external, so a lot of times you'll see the brothers, they start their journey from the outside in. So you may not see sisters, but we're going through our process because our journey starts from the inside out. So it's a lot of like shadow work, we'll call it shadow work, that's really being done from the inside out. All right. So a lot of change is actually felt more than seen, from amongst us. And then it manifests outwardly later. But at first it's felt. And a lot of times I felt like I saw it, but I didn't feel it. Now we could feel it, but we don't see it. All right. But that's really the journey from the female and the male. And it's happening, So a lot of times we underestimate just the process in which things are being conducted. So think about how much work a woman does for 9 months. No one sees that baby, but it's in her magical inner workings. That's why they call her the mysteries. And then comes a seeing force, So it's being perfected in that state of darkness. And I could see that happening from amongst us. So let the brothers have the stage, right? They're keeping it warm for us, but we're making the changes from inside out. All right. And that's where the real change is going to happen. And it's happening, not going to happen. It's a process. A lot of times people don't see a process, they only see the effects. And women, we represent the process, all right? Because all the process comes to us. So it's like I'm not underestimating all my fellow sisters, because a lot of sisters are very intelligent in multiple dimensions, but they don't really have the desire to sit and be seen, and they do the quiet work that is often underestimated. And but it's getting bigger and bigger. And the brothers, brothers tend to like to be seen and want a pat on the back, and that comes with I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's a different kind of journey. They start outward and then they come in, and we start inside and flip out. So I appreciate the work that you're doing on yourself, Hercy Zamaltat. And I know you're not alone. There's a lot of sisters. All right. Anybody else have anything to say? Zamaltat Linky, I see you.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting few weeks, from the documentary to the Man of Many Faces, and the scroll that we just read now. It's, yeah, I just see things connecting in an entry. So I live in a place where we don't have libraries. I cannot go to a library and research, things. So, and for me, I'm very grateful for the internet, because it
Right.
has brought so many things. Like it literally brought the world, to my house. And I've always been a curious person. So it's yeah, I appreciate this. And I read somewhere where Baba said the aliens gave technology to men so that women can have access to computers and then they can learn. I was like, yeah, I'm I'm beneficiary of that, because there's no ways that I could access this kind of information. And sometimes I feel like I need to be researching more and learning more. But like, this is it. This is my researching more. This is my learning more, because this is my library. And that is something that I had to make peace with, that because, again, it's not like I can go anywhere and just walk into a library and say, oh yeah, here is written information, blah blah blah. So, but yeah, it's been very interesting, and even the updates, and to see how everything is connected. It was interesting when we were reading about the Zupu and Nupu. There's a place here in South Africa called Marupeng, but the other English name is Cradle of Humankind. So that is where they found, what is that skeleton? And it was in a cave, and no one understood. Like they had to find women to actually go in and retrieve it, because men couldn't go in because the hole was so tiny. And
Oh.
the place, yeah, the place is the Homona lady. Yes, that's where they found that Homona lady a few years back. Um, so the whole place has lots of caves. So when you were talking about how each race had its own aliens, and the people had to go into hiding, and then I'm like, yeah, maybe that's why, like, they went into hiding, because there are so many caves there and they couldn't get out, and then they found, that skeleton. It has been turned into, what do they call it, a site. Yeah, it's a special site. Yeah, it's called the Cradle of Humankind.
One.
And if you Google it, there's actually a mountain. It looks like it's like you enter a mountain. They've created like a door, and it almost feels like it's man-made, but it's not. So, and then when you go through it, there are so many caves, and then, yeah, all of that. It's a very interesting place. I went there with my son a few years back. So yeah, when you were reading about that, I was like, huh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's where people went, and you when the world was falling apart, and they were hiding. So it's very interesting. It's just giving me something to sort of like think about. And
Yeah.
there are those kinds of places, lots of caves,
And
around this. Sorry?
you know what I wanted to ask you, like, I mean, you gave me some information I did not know, that it was they use women to go and retrieve that information. But uh what also is interesting is that the skeleton itself is female remains as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. And it was so funny because as well, it was found by, who did they say they found it? It was found by, I can't remember if it's a black man or a black woman. And so when you walk in there, they are never even mentioned. So like like they have pictures of people who retrieved it. And you just see like few black people at the back. So, and then everyone up front is white and all of that. And I think there are certain things that you cannot just help but notice, especially when you know the story and then you're like, huh. So as much as it's a fascinating and a very interesting discovery, but you feel the pain of like, oh, it's in South Africa. Our people found it, and maybe someone dreamt of it or whatever. Like they were drawn into the place. That's why they went there.
And that's how they
But
found it. Like they were drawn to the place. So it was black people that came across that
exactly,
discovery, and then interesting.
But you won't get that story. That's not nice. So they will write it differently and all of that. But yeah, it's yeah. Now I'm gonna read more about the area and see what else is there. But it's very interesting. Yeah, that triggered that in my mind. Yeah.
You know what I wanted to say to you, Linky, as well? Do you know that your whole story and then you saying investigating, that is exactly what wu-nuwaup is. That's not something you read in a book, but this is wu-nuwaup at work. So, for example, your investigative mind, linking the facts, being able to explain away the falsehoods, that's wu-nuwaup in effect. All right. So a lot of people, they're waiting for the net, like what did Baba say next? And there's no real thought. They're just being preached to. And then this is what this is actually what wu-nuwaup actually looks like. So you say, oh, you know what? Let me investigate more. And based on the facts that you have, you can see through the deceptions. Because first off, where it was found, how it was found, you have all those who, what, when, where, why, who found it, who the bones belong to. So even if somebody writes themselves into your story through the use of wu-nuwaup, you can write them right back out because the facts are in our favor, and that's why we have to get people. We have something over our peoples, and it's called the spell of Kingu or Leviathan, which makes us blind to the facts right in front of us. And that's why Baba gives us the scroll of eyes. And the scroll of eyes, although it's explained in the books, it's not actually the books. The scroll of eyes is being able to open up your own eyes and seeing the world again through your own African eyes. All right. And sparking that in your fellow brother and sister. And now that's the scroll of eyes in life. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. That's amazing. It makes me want to, like, when I come to South Africa, I would love to everything that you learn because you'll be able to teach me and show me, and I'll be able to see. And it'll spark something else and explain away all these other misconceptions about our people and justifying our people. All those pains will go away. It's such a beautiful time. So, and also you had said that you don't see these women, and it's like we have to become the women, and that's what's happening. To me, that's an example of it. How many brothers can tell that story from experience? And I remember Baba saying that that women know, like I'm seeing, like, okay, for example, how do I want to phrase this? The brothers are reading the scrolls, they're studying it, and they get on stage and teach it. And an example, you're living it in your everyday life. And these are the unseen things until somebody, you sit, you pull them aside and you tell your story. you know. So it's like that's happening for many women, but they're not necessarily looking for a stage. So the women are everywhere. You know, they're actually everywhere because when you start to retrain your eyes, you start seeing us, you know, and you start seeing our story play out. So when I was thinking, what is wu-nuwaup? Because he says in 294, this is sound right reasoning, the right wisdom, the right understanding, which is right overstanding, giving you sound right reasoning, which is something you used. 295, this is wu-nuwaup. So you're actually seeing us, you know, in so many facets, and you being able to explain that, you were actually that woman that you were looking for. It's not just about memorizing words on paper, it's about seeing it in life and being it in life. And I realized, like, I was thinking about even my mom, all the things that she had taught me that I overlooked because it's just normal. And I said, wow, how often do we overlook ourselves? All right. So it's like I don't see the woman, and it's like so much is happening. And it's like you don't see her. And I'm like, my mother had done a lot of amazing things that I didn't know to value that. So I'm like, how many of us are actually doing things? And we say we don't see it. And I'm like, wow, our eyes have been closed to see it. So I appreciate that, Zamal Link. Anybody else has anything they like to say about this scroll? All right. So hopefully somebody was able to look up that song, Wake Up Everybody, No More Sleeping in Bed. That's actually written by Malachi York. Under a ghost, he was a ghostwriter for that. And whatever else we discussed them being shared. And I also will share that interesting it was about the economics of America and how we're turning towards ourselves. Different countries, America just showed different countries like, you know what, we don't need America actually. And they hope to usher in more cooperation amongst each other. So I'll share that as well. So anything else, anybody, before we wrap up for today? So I appreciate everyone coming together. Oh yes, Kamem still, Zamal.
Rahbat, Moisar, Ni. Yeah, the scroll is very, very to the point, you know. And I think not like Baba has a gripe, but he's telling it like it is, you know. And he's giving a warning, it looked like, to people to come on guys, let's get it together and let's work together and let's win this battle, you know? And we can win it, we're gonna win it anyway, but you know, it'd be better with a lot of us winning it rather than just a few. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. I feel you.
Yeah, man, and going back to what you were saying about the English language, I remember growing up and our parents used to tell us we speaking bad because we were speaking patois. So, you know, we need to speak English because we would sound better, you know, more educated, that type of thing. But they didn't know, they just thought, you know what I mean? So, but that's another part of the spell that we are under. I mean, me and you speak in English now. So, you know, I don't want to say we're bringing in 6 ether forces, but
we are, actually.
it's their thing that we speaking on their level. You know what I mean? So when I learn Mitspatia better, then maybe we can speak fluently the language, and as Baba said, it will free him, you know. And we'll get there if we keep going, you know.
Right.
You know, and we'll get there. I'm going back to the doctrines, like the Bible and the Quran and stuff like that, and the names of the extraterrestrials and stuff like that. You know, we grew up with the name Jah, and we was using that name a lot, thinking it was God and Most High, if you want to call it that. But actually, Jah is linked to Enki, isn't it? You know, so, I mean, if you look in it's another scroll by the actual facts, Kabir Kadam. If you look at page 18, it had the list of them, the Elijah, Isaiah, Nehemiah, Obadiah, etc. And it tells you what deity was linked to one. And in Jamaica, we used to say, Jah, yeah, man.
Right.
You know, Jah no, Jah soon come, you know. Jah not going to give the power to a ballad, that type of thing, you know what I mean? So, but not realizing we were talking about an extraterrestrial reptilian being. And then you got Enlil on the other side of the elves, you know. So, you know, Baabaa just come and put that right. Because going back in the day when someone said, Jah Rastafari, it sounded good. And we thought, yeah, man, we hear, we know the truth now, you know, but not realizing we were still talking from the Bible at the same time. So, you know, big respect to Baabaa, you know, Baabaa Yaanun, yeah, man, I yield. Paa Taraq, Moisa.
Oh, Tower Attack is a mo. All right. So I appreciate all of us that's working through whatever it is that we're working through. And you see it's a work in progress, from our character to our misconceptions to whatever it is. And it's an honor and it's a pleasure to be amongst all of us who's doing that. So if nobody else has anything to say, we could just wrap up right here. All right, Mursai. So Tawakum for coming today. Together, and I appreciate I shook to all of us, everybody who's doing your part. It's all felt, even when it's not seen. So why do my side? I shook.